little bit here. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call today's meeting to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have quorum?
Yes, sir. You have 10 members present.
Thank you. Thank you. Please join me as we pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As you know, our meetings are recorded, and that members of the public can always view our meetings on our website, on our town hall streams, and then also on YouTube. We invite members of the public to address us. You can do that during our public comment period. Our virtual platform is Zoom, so you can come and present on Zoom, or if you'd like, come here in person. We'd love to see you in person as well, but that's entirely your call. If you encounter a problem with Zoom, we ask you to dial back in audio, and we will be able to hear from you. The meeting videos, agenda, and other materials, as you know, are posted online. Before we move into more of the public comment period, we're very honored to have our new student member, Abi Gadam, who is a rising senior at Parkside High School in Wicomico County. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Great. So we're counting on you. We've had great students. They've been great contributors as far as the board is concerned. You are a full member of the board, so please feel free to chime in and to help us as we work through the important matters that we have coming before the board. Turning back to our public comment period, we will call upon the speakers in the order in which they registered. We'll start with our guests who are online first. We ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes, and our staff will monitor that. When your time expires, we ask that you complete your sentence, but not to make any additional remarks. Please direct your comments to the entire board, not to individual board members. While the board members will not respond to your comments, believe me, we take your comments seriously and take those under advisement. So we really welcome having you come. If you have any written material, any statements or any additional material that you would like for the board to see, please provide those to Mr. Hands, and he will make sure that that information is shared. Starting first with our virtual guests, I'd like to turn to Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, welcome.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing?
I am well. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Diane Roberts, and I'm here to address a matter of critical importance, the sustainability of the blueprint for Maryland's future. When we achieve meaningful school reform, we have to understand that it is a complex process that requires a committed timeline of 3 to 5 years to ensure lasting impact. Regrettably, the state of Maryland Department of Education has a history of failing in the area of grit and fortitude to honor timelines necessary to ensure sustainable change. This undermines collective efforts. An example of this issue is the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys initiative. This initiative launched with a great promise in 14 pilot schools across Maryland, each assured of a 3-year commitment. The program's potential was evident, in April of 2023 in Baltimore, where 455 Black boys arrived eager to learn and grow. This was a clear testament of the initiative's value, and it is featured on your own website. The initiative, intended to be a cornerstone of academic equity, was cut short after merely 18 months of support, if that. In my mama vernacular, I'm gonna say y'all dropped the ball. You let these schools down and you missed your moment to make a lasting impact. You disregarded the hard work of scholars, community members, and educators who came together for a cause. The final report on the initiative omitted a critical issue, and that was the lack of MSD leadership and support, which was exacerbated by your own frequent staff turnovers. During the second year, there were no meetings with the schools and no guidance provided, forcing some pilot schools to even have to battle their own districts for funding, which was allocated already. Shockingly, some districts even returned the funds intended to support Black boys because their finance departments did not want to manage them. Imagine that, they had one job. Despite the fact that the real responsibility for implementing the recommendations lay with the heroes doing the work. We cannot allow the Blueprint for Maryland's Future to suffer the same mismanagement. Our scholars are far too important to be subjected to such willful neglect. With the Blueprint, significant changes have already been acted. People have been hired and meaningful work is underway. It is imperative that these efforts are supported through stable partnerships and that the designated funding reaches each entity responsible for executing their part of the work. We must equip and support those who are directly impacting our students' lives. This is about our students and their future. They deserve nothing less than our unwavering support and commitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate that. Dr. Green? Dr. Green, are you with us?
I am.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
Just sparkling. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you. During my 5 years on the state board, I continued to remind my fellow members that boys in Maryland schools were at the top of every negative metric, suspensions, dropout data, and at the bottom of every positive metric, test scores, graduation rates. This was especially true for our Black boys and Black young men. In the summer of 2020, the board approved forming the Task Force on Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys, or AAEEBB, to investigate and make recommendations. The 22 members of the task force were all educators who volunteered their time, but they wanted to do more than just talk about the problems as was done in previous study groups. Instead, the members drew their collective 400 plus years of experience as educators to outline a plan of action with recommendations and practical strategies in a 95-page resource manual. The work of the task force concluded in 2021, leaving it to the AAEEBB Advisory Council to work with the 14 schools whose superintendents and principals had agreed to pilot the recommendations. Before her retirement, Dr. Salmon allocated $3 million to finance the pilot programs. That first year, the Advisory Council organized workshops, special speakers, and training classes to prepare the schools for their great work. Given a strong start, these schools could build upon the momentum of the 21-22 school year. But sadly, the new superintendent and his leadership team, despite prior agreements and assurances, failed to provide dedicated personnel and support that would be vital to the pilot school's success. Promises were made, but promises were not kept. Beginning in 22-23, MSDE's lack of commitment to the success of the pilot program was becoming increasingly evident and negatively affected the LEAs, which were to support the pilots. Ending the initiative now implies the pilot school's results do not justify the continued focus on Black boys and young men. Ending the initiative now implies 2 years were sufficient to show significant improvement in academics and behavior. No, 2 years were not enough to offset the multiple decades of curricular inequities, ineffective pedagogy, and biased discipline policies. State Board, I implore you, stay vigilant. Study all that data that comes to you. Insist that all data, when disaggregated, be done by gender as well as race. Then ask yourself, does the data show that our Black boys and young men are in trouble? Because if they are in trouble, so are we all. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you much, Dr. Green. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Dr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford. Doctor's coming.
Take care. I'd like to recognize Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Doing well. Please, whenever
You
you're
ready
ready.
for me to begin?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Let's not stop when we've only just begun. Let's strengthen our resolve to intentionally uplift students that deserve a chance to explore their amazing dreams and potential. Good morning. I bring you greetings from Running Brook Elementary School in Columbia, Maryland, where we have delivered the ultimate education experience to African American boys. Over the past 3 years, I have had the opportunity to implement programming based on the state's recommendations through the MSDE grant, Achieving Academic Excellence and Equity for Black Boys. Through the MSDE grant, we have served 70 boys in our enrichment groups. These children were involved with resident artists, coding classes, robotics competitions, gardening, chess classes, college tours, mathematizing their world, and persistent book studies. We were able to bring in 12 experts and/or artists to share their craft with our students. These experts range from agricultural specialists, chefs, farmers, Olympic coaches, visual artists, a wellness company, drummers, authors, and more. We were able to invest in our school library to make reading more engaging and attractive to the boy brain. We were able to purchase equipment to increase movement in our classrooms and connect with kinesthetic learners. We were able to impact our early childhood classrooms by bringing in an artist in residence to increase engagement in our English language arts classes. We have hosted parent meetings that have carried into partnerships within the community, and connectedness has blossomed. We have hosted quarterly family outings, which include kayaking, STEM nights, bowling, skating, farm visits, Merelhoff symphony shows, and collegiate athletic events. We have developed an after-school program with our amazing adult male mentors that teach etiquette, life skills, financial literacy, wrestling, self-image, and confidence. Those are a few tangibles. The inner workings that are emerging within our boys far outweigh the tangibles. Our boys are employing strategies and tools learned in the program to manage themselves positively and self-regulate in a very responsible manner. We have seen our students advocate for their learning needs with other educators. Students are enjoying learning and goal setting to achieve their individual goals. We have seen how their bond has grown. Their bond as a group has spewed over into middle school and within the community. MSDE, you have the grand opportunity to be a part of the we. I urge the state to keep going. Let's not stop when we've only just begun. Let's not forfeit this opportunity to create positive spaces for our boys to flourish within our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. This time, we'd like to recognize Mr. Cogdell.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Doing great.
Please, whenever you're ready to start.
All right. Members of the State Board of Education, my name is Brandon Cogdell. I am the Education Committee Chair for the Wild Lake Village Board in Columbia, Maryland, and I'm a mentor in the AAEEBB program. I would like to express my strong support for the continuation of the AAEEBB program in our schools, particularly in Running Brook Elementary School. As a parent and a mentor in the program, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact it has had on my sons and many other Black boys in our community. The program has been instrumental in providing targeted support and resources that address the unique challenges faced by young Black boys in our education system. Through personalized mentoring, academic tutoring, and socio-emotional support, the program has not only helped improve the academic performance, but has also instilled confidence and a sense of belonging in these young men. Personally, as a mentor in the program, I have had the privilege of working closely with the boys, including my own sons, and have seen remarkable growth in their academic achievements and overall well-being. The program creates a nurturing environment where these boys feel empowered to excel academically and socially, and it promotes positive identity development and encourages them to aspire to their fullest potential. Furthermore, the program has fostered a sense of community and collaboration among parents, educators, and mentors. It has encouraged open dialogue about the challenges faced by young Black boys and has facilitated partnerships that are essential for their success. The program's holistic approach ensures that the boys receive comprehensive support that extends beyond the classroom. In conclusion, I urge the State of Maryland Board of Education to continue funding the AAEEBB program. This program is not only crucial for addressing educational disparities, but also is a beacon of hope for young Black boys in our community. Its continuation will ensure that the students receive the support that they need to thrive academically and socially. And we thank you for your consideration from my perspective on this important matter. I'm hopeful that with your support, we can continue making a positive impact on the lives of young Black boys in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. This time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Fenwick. Good morning. Fenwick, Ms. Fenwick. Okay. We'll circle back just a bit then. Ms. Cogdale?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. I am Miss Ebony Cogdell. I am here to speak on behalf of Running Brook Elementary and my two sons, their involvement in the program. I would definitely say that the defining moment for me with my son's experience in the program was probably a year or two ago. My oldest son has been in the program since the inception of the program. And one night before bed, he told me that he had his plan for after graduating high school, and that he knew that he's going to Bowie State after going to the college trip. This is while he's in the 3rd grade. He's having a really serious conversation with me, him going to Bowie State, and that he's going to come home and stay home for 2 years before he goes out on his own. The seed was planted by the ultimate education experience at Running Brook. In 3rd grade, I wasn't thinking about my college plan. These boys have talked about financial literacy. They have improved their public speaking skills. They have improved their etiquette when they go out to dinner, etiquette classes. All members of the community have been involved in this program. We have really had an excellent experience, and I just wanted to come on to take time out of work today. This is how important it is to me as a parent. I feel that this is not only retention for the students, but also the parents. Obviously, Running Brook is a Title I school. I feel so blessed to be at Running Brook. And one of the reasons why, really the main reason why, is because of the program. So I'm not saying that just to say it's true. It sets our boys' experience apart from any other child across this state. I don't think that anybody else can say that their kid is having that experience that our boys have experienced in this program. I really hope that you all will continue to support this program. And like I said, it's really been a blessing in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you so much. Dr. Howard? Dr. Howard?
Hey, good morning, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm
Good to see
fantastic.
you.
How are you?
Fine, fine. Good to see you.
Awesome, as well. Good morning, everyone. I would like to share 3 words that speak to my last 4 years engaged with MSDE and the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys initiative. The first word is honored. My entire educational career has been focused on this particular area of work, studying the triumphs and challenges of Black boys. As you may imagine, when I received word in 2020 that I will be part of a new task force in the state of Maryland that explored this very topic, I was elated. I've served as a member of our state's task force on educating Black boys. I helped to write the State Department of Education's resource manual that highlights strategies and recommendations for transforming educational culture for Black boys, which is a resource guide that is used across many states and districts, by the way. And as I mentioned, for the last 3 years, I have served as the Advisory Council Chairperson of the AAEEBB initiative. It has indeed been an honor to support this work on a statewide level. Thank you. With that said, this work has also come with my second word, disappointment. It is disappointment because we have not reached all of our goals. It is disappointment that a volunteer advisory council was responsible for building the infrastructure that is needed to support a statewide initiative. It is disappointment that I've dedicated countless hours to this effort, and I often felt my passion for this area was continually harnessed and limited by those who oftentimes appeared to not want to own what the board decided it would do in April 2021. I wrote about these challenges and concerns in my opening remarks of the MSDE Year 2 research report. I noted, as can be seen in the data, the efforts show promise. However, consistency, or the lack thereof, will impact our mission. In spite of some of these challenges, our advisory council still vision casted, planned monthly support to schools, and organized professional learning via our monthly virtual speaker series, which hosted an average of nearly 100 participants, or our summer summit, which hosted 350 virtually and 220 participants in person. These learning opportunities help build the capacity of educators from across the state, all with topics that were highlighted in the resource manual, such as culturally responsive teaching, new reading strategies, effective mentoring practices, and increasing workforce diversity, to name a few. When the Advisory Council and pilot schools finally received the long requested correspondence on the status of AAEEBB and that the pilot was concluding, by that time it was a relief. It was a relief because we knew this initiative was no longer serving our students well. Yet, my last word would still be optimism. Our advisory council, our pilot schools, our school districts, and this board knows that we still have plenty of work to do. I hold optimism that what was said was true. It was stated that although the AAEEBB pilot was concluded, that these initiatives could be rolled into existing priorities of the state superintendent and/or aligned with the blueprint. The advisory council, consisting of K-12 and university leaders from varying parts of Maryland, only asked for an opportunity to continue to use our skills, our will, and expertise in continuing to advance the work of achieving academic equity and excellence for Black boys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Good to see you again, Dr.
As well,
Howard.
sir.
Thank you very much for everything. This time we're now going to, let me just check one more. Ms. Fenwick? Fenwick? Okay. We'll now come to our guests in the room. Mr. Ray? Welcome, sir. How are you doing? Good morning.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, President Crawford, Superintendent Wright, the board, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this morning. I had the pleasure of being on the advisory council from 2022 until just last month when MSE ended the AAEEBB initiative. And I want to tell you that my lived experience as a Black male, born, raised, and educated in the state of Maryland, and also as a teacher, assistant principal, and now a district level equity coach in the state of Maryland, have given me a lifetime of data to convince me that our Black boys are still in need of special attention. They come to our schools ready to learn, and they have so many strengths to share and to celebrate: resilience, creativity, and leadership skills among them. Yet we continue to see alarming disproportionality in so many academic and social-emotional outcomes that shows we still have so far to go in helping them to reach their full potential in our schools. I'm aware that the blueprint is designed to ensure robust resources and support for all students to succeed. And I commend all of you who have invested time and expertise in bringing this promise to light. However, as we move forward in this new era, I urge you and all of our constituents to keep a close eye on student groups that have been traditionally underserved by our schools, including our Black boys. It is easy for the challenges of marginalized groups to be masked by the successes of the broader population. So we must not lose sight of these groups as we plan and evaluate our programming moving forward. Looking ahead in the absence of AAEEBB, I hope that we will be intentional about engaging with Black boys and their families to truly understand their unique strengths and needs. I hope that we will gather and study a wide range of qualitative and quantitative data to understand the experiences, the challenges, the opportunities that are special to this group of students. I hope that we will continue to examine the systems and the structures and the beliefs and the biases that have proven to be uniquely harmful to our boys. Likewise, I hope that we will pledge to promote ideas and strategies that have been proven successful by the AAEEBB initiative and its predecessors. Finally, I hope that we will continue to help our educators across the state be the culturally responsive and welcoming adults that our Black boys deserve when they come to school. Their future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. I'd like to recognize Mr. Willihan. Welcome, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, President Crawford, Dr. Wright, and board members. My name is Christopher Willihan. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals. We are an affiliate of the National Association of Elementary School Principals. MASP provides service, support, and advocacy to over 625 school leaders from the mountains of Western Maryland to the plains of the Eastern Shore. Let me start by expressing our genuine thanks to the State Board and State Superintendent. We deeply appreciate your continued efforts in making Maryland's schools stronger and better able to serve our amazing students and families. The job is not easy. We consider ourselves partners in the process of doing what is best for children, and that is why I'm here today. The proposed literacy policy dated June 25th, 2024 is filled with potential related to improving and enhancing literacy instruction in Maryland. The goal of providing a system of support for teachers in kindergarten through third grade to ensure that all students can read is laudable. We fully support that goal. We do, however, have questions and thoughts regarding how to reach that goal. Specifically, we would like to raise concerns on the following elements of the proposed policy. Mandatory retention. We believe the decision to retain students in any grade should be a collaborative decision between parents and teachers and school officials. Mandatory policies of any kind create unnecessary burdens on LEAs, schools, and communities. This draft policy places significant challenges on overworked classroom teachers and school leaders whose plates are already full from state and local mandates. The policy will place families and schools at odds. It sets up the potential for contentious relationships in communities when the school principal is designated as the sole person who decides whether a child qualifies for a good cause exemption or not. We have significant concerns regarding the policy's implications for English learners, unhoused students, students of color, and students from low-income homes. These students are often negatively impacted by retention. Funding also stands out as a long-term concern, especially with the recent cuts to Maryland's budget. Unfunded mandates are the bane of education. The operational impacts of this proposed policy are significant and far-reaching. We hope that funding will be commensurate with the lofty goals of this policy. And I have to tell you on a personal note, as a father and a former principal, I was very surprised and taken back by seeing the word deficiency mentioned 22 times in this proposed policy. I have never met a deficient child. I think we can find better language to describe students who struggle with grade level reading expectations. We believe this draft policy with suggested changes has the potential of making a difference for Maryland students. And we look forward to our continued collaboration with MSDE and the State Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. Ms. Kosey? Kosey? righty. Again, want to thank all of the members of the public that took time out of their schedules to come and share with us. Again, I will assure you that the State Board takes your comments very seriously, and we really, really appreciate hearing from you on matters of importance in education. So again, thank you so much for doing that. At this time, we're going to move to our new business portion of the agenda. This is our consent agenda. We have 3 items. Approval of the June 25th, 2024 meeting minutes, personnel actions, and then budget adjustments for June 2024. As consistent with our practice, I'm going to say objection 3 times, and hearing no objection, the consent agenda items will be considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Thank you. The consent agenda items are approved. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to, the floor will be open for a motion that would allow us to go, to go into executive session this morning. I'll read the statement. Pursuant to Section 3-305B7 and the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following. 1, administrative function to conduct the statutory requirements for board member elections. The floor is now open for a motion. Do that. Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by, I think I saw Dr. Johnson. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. I think we're unanimous. Okay. So we will adjourn to executive session. We should be back. I think we're about, hopefully we'll be at, let me see, 45 minutes. So hopefully around 10:15, 10:30. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll be back shortly. Good morning, members of the public. We are reconvening. I'm going to turn this portion of the agenda over to Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. So at this time, I would like us to engage in the election of board officers. But before I do that, I would like to thank Mr. Crawford for 4 years of service as our president. And he has taken us on a journey of excellence in leadership for this Maryland State Board of Education. I know we as a board are so grateful, but I know for a fact that there are many, many professionals and families in the state of Maryland that are very grateful for your leadership. You have taken this board beyond imagination, and we all personally thank you from the bottom of our hearts. You have been transformative, you have been thoughtful, and you have been relentless for the children in this state. And so I just would like us to just give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Doc, thank you. But this has been a team effort. We just have had just an outstanding board. We have been blessed to have outstanding vice presidents, Ms. Howley and Chip DeShiel and Dr. Getty and Dr. Michael. Makes a big difference when you have high quality individuals involved. So it's been a team effort to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I would like to call for nominations. I would like to first call for a nomination for president of the board. Mr. Crawford.
I would like to nominate Dr. Josh Michael to serve as our incoming president. I am deeply, deeply honored to be able to make the nomination. I've had an opportunity to work with Dr. Michael over this past year, and there are 3 things that are absolutely critical for leadership positions. One is character. Number 2, it's that experience and expertise. And then 3 is energy. And I just want to read I've been using this, I learned this in government, and I use this statement here from Warren Buffett in my classes. And he says, in looking for people to hire, look for 3 qualities: integrity, that's the character, intelligence, and energy. If you don't have the first, the other 2 will kill you. And that's Warren Buffett. That's his advice from his experience. So again, I'm deeply honored and to be able to nominate Dr. Michael for president of the Maryland State Board of Education.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford, do we have a second? Okay. Thank you. We have a second. I would like to hold a vote. So all those in favor of Dr. Michael for president of our Maryland State Board of Education, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Elliott, looks like it's, did you vote for yourself?
Okay.
Okay. Just checking. Looks like it's unanimous. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Dr. Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, now I would like to ask for nominations for vice president of this board. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Monica Goldson for vice president of the board. Dr. Goldson carries a wealth of knowledge concerning education in all levels of education: teacher, administrator, central office, all the way up through superintendent. And that knowledge base and the fact that she's never forgotten the fact that it all comes down to the teacher and the child in the classroom, I think puts her in an excellent position to bring leadership and help us move our work forward along with Dr. Michael.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. Do I have a second for that nomination? Okay, Dr. Johnson, thank you. Dr. Goldson? I think first we take a vote, right? Okay. Always in sequence is important. All in favor of Dr. Goldson's nomination for vice chair of this board, please raise your hand and say, vice president of this board, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Doesn't look like there's any opposed, right? And so congratulations, Dr. Goldson. Would you like to? Pardon? Oh, okay, you go first.
Colleagues, it is a distinct honor and privilege to serve as the president of the State Board of Education. I want to thank Governor Moore for his trust in nominating me to this body, for his vision and partnership in elevating public education. I come to this work as a public school parent and a former educator in Baltimore City. Our work together has never been more clear. Improve outcomes for children from all backgrounds in Maryland by elevating and transforming our public schools. Over the past year, this board has worked to build trust in public education by leading with transparency, accountability, and partnership in service of improving outcomes for all children. Today, let's take the collective next step in the transformation of public schools in Maryland. Policy discussions often focus on shaping the work of 24 school districts. Our 24 LEAs, including superintendents and school boards, are critical partners. But the unit of change in our work is at the school level. And so I want to increasingly draw our attention to a few other numbers. 1,400 schools, 63,000 teachers, and 900,000 students. The work of transforming public education in Maryland happens in our 1,400 schools under the leadership of dynamic school principals and in the classrooms of our 63,000 teachers. We do very little here of consequence unless we can successfully improve the conditions or shape the direction of work in schools and classrooms. That's why this board, MSDE, and local school districts around the state must continue to orient to be in service to schools and to educators. Now is the time to refocus our efforts to ensure investments in public education yield outcomes for children. It is no secret that the shine of our public school system has worn off over the past 15 years. Once regarded as having top K-12 schools in the nation, we've at times taken our eye off the ball and become too accustomed to gradual but persistent declines in achievement. Equity must drive our work. We must be clear-eyed in facing the uncomfortable truth that our public schools are increasingly struggling to educate Black and brown students and those living in poverty. Today, Maryland serves as the most racially diverse student population of any state east of the Mississippi. We must do better for all of our children. During my first year of teaching, the leader of our school system framed the work of educating children in Baltimore in words that have forever shaped my commitment to serving families and communities with humility and dignity. He stated succinctly that when it came to our students, families send us their best. And in the extended pause that followed, I was forced to ask myself, was I prepared to give my best to the students at Booker T. Washington Middle School in West Baltimore? And to do so with humility and honoring the dignity of the families of my students. Families send us their best. And I ask us, are we in Maryland Public Schools giving our best to all 900,000 of our young people and doing so in partnership with families? Families across Maryland deserve our best, not just our best individual efforts, but our best collective, coordinated, refined, and sustained work that leads to improved outcomes for children. Now is the time to restore trust in public education in Maryland by delivering outcomes and investments in public schools for children from all backgrounds. As your State Board of Education, we will continue to work in partnership with stakeholders from across the state, LEA partners, our partners in Annapolis, to improve public schools in Maryland. We will bring daylight to our work, centering transparency, and we will thread accountability, starting with us, in all that we do. Marylanders and our children deserve nothing less. Colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to lead this board in this capacity and to serve Maryland and our children. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Dr. Golson.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to thank my colleagues for selecting me to serve as Vice President of the State Board of Education. As you know, I've dedicated my life to education, and it is my passion for transforming the lives of students that brings me here today. I want to thank Governor Moore for selecting me before I could even say I was retired to join the State Board of Education. It has truly been an amazing year. As many of you know, I have held several administrative roles while serving in Prince George's County Public Schools. But one of the three of the most important roles I served was as a student, a teacher, and a parent. And I always want to make sure that those lenses are reflected in the work that we do on the Maryland State Board of Education. I understand the importance of strong, supportive educational systems, and I have seen firsthand the impact that dedicated educators and robust policies can have on our students' lives. It is the understanding that fuels my desire to serve as Vice President of the State Board of Education. We will work to ensure that every student in our state has access to high-quality education. We will advocate for policies that promote equity, support our educators, and leverage innovative solutions to address the challenges we have before us. I believe that together we can create an educational system that prepares our students for success in an ever-changing world. Together we will make a difference, and I thank you for selecting me.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass the gavel, and then I'm going to.
Just see, just right here.
No.
You can just switch right.
No. Warner Sumter. Warner Sumter seat. But again, thank you. I couldn't be more pleased and excited. We have great leadership.
You guys want to speak?
Dr. Johnson is now responsible for me.
I'll do my best.
Okay. Okay. There we are.
I like you.
Very good.
And a pen.
Thank you.
All right. You coming? Do you stand there? All right. Great. Well, without objection, I'd like to amend our agenda to consider Resolution 2402 as the first order of business for the 2024-25 term of the State Board. Is there any objection? Okay. All members should have received a copy of Resolution 2402, although, Mr. Crawford, we may have missed your copy. Mr. Hands, can you please read the resolution?
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Resolution of the Maryland State Board of Education, Resolution 24-02, honoring the service of President Clarence C. Crawford and approving his designation as President Emeritus. Whereas, whereas in special recognition of distinguished service to the state of Maryland, the Maryland State Board of Education, and the children of this state, the State Board wishes to acknowledge Clarence C. Crawford, and whereas Mr. Crawford served as President of the State Board with distinction from July 2020 through July 2024, And whereas Mr. Crawford led the State Board with clarity and steady guidance during the entirety of the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent recovery, and whereas Mr. Crawford transformed the culture and functionality of the State Board by orienting the organization towards our North Star, educating children, and whereas Mr. Crawford oversaw the initial implementation of the landmark legislation, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, and the adoption of the Maryland Transforms MSDE and State Board Strategic Plan, and whereas Mr. Crawford guided the State Board through 2 superintendent transitions, and whereas Mr. Crawford served as a champion across Maryland for public education and presented an unwavering commitment to transformational change in every school in the state, and whereas Mr. Crawford has consistently demonstrated the highest levels of leadership in his role as president of the State Board, serving with honor, humility, and grace, be it resolved that the State Board designates Clarence C. Crawford as President Emeritus of the State Board for the remainder of his tenure. Be it further resolved that the State Board extends its deepest appreciation to Clarence C. Crawford for his dedication and service to the children of Maryland and to the people of this state. And be it further resolved that this resolution is permanently held in the minutes and records of this board.
Thank you, Mr. Hands. As stated in this resolution, this body wishes to formally recognize you, Mr. Crawford, for your distinguished service as president of this institution, serving for the past 4 years through turbulent times. Most significant, your leadership has reoriented this institution to focus on our North Star, educating children. And it is through your leadership that this body has successfully navigated multiple transitions and challenges over the past 4 years. Thank you. And especially to your wife, Caritha, for the sacrifice of leadership and service. We will continue to build upon this legacy as we move forward. Is there a motion to consider the resolution? So moved. By Dr. Mila McCarthy. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Johnson. Are there any comments from the board? This is an appropriate time. If anybody has any additional comments, we can add them now. Mr. Paul.
Mr. Crawford, since joining the board, you've been an amazing example of what inclusive, generous-hearted, but strong leadership looks like. And in just this short time, I've really come to admire your temperament and the tenor of your leadership of the board. And I've just been very grateful for the little nuggets of lifelong wisdom and leadership that I'm just storing away like a hungry little squirrel. So grateful. I'm very grateful. I know the rest of the board is as well for just over this past year. And I look forward to many, many more years of colleagues for a while, then friends afterward.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Dr. Johnson.
Mr. Crawford, in terms of transformational leadership, if there was the opportunity to include in the dictionary a picture of someone who's a transformational leader, it would be a picture of you. Thank you for all of your creative and innovative strategies that you've used to make sure that the students in Baltimore City and throughout the state of Maryland are the North Star for all who work with them. Thank you so very much for your transformational leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Yes, Dr. Goldson.
Yep, thank you. I just want to say leadership matters. And I thank you for your leadership, not only when you served here, as you served on the board and in our role as colleagues, but what many people don't realize is that I've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Crawford in the role of superintendent. And he would come to the district just to hear the concerns and wanting to make Maryland a better place. And so there are some behind the scenes that he does. You see him here once a month leading and makes it look effortlessly. But he spends a lot of time in our districts and in the community hearing the voice of our constituents to make sure that the right decisions are made here. And I say thank you. I appreciate your leadership. It will be hard to fill your shoes, which is why I won't try.
Thank you, Dr. Goldson. Dr. Mila McCarthy.
So there have been so many eloquent words to praise you and thank you, and I echo those words. As a model of transformational leadership, you are the epitome. But I also want to say that you lead with heart. You're approachable. You're always willing to answer the phone. You have a great sense of humor, and you have really been able to help us as a board manage difficult decisions with thoughtfulness and regard for everyone's opinions. So I can't thank you enough, and I am very honored and humbled to have served while you have been president. So thank you very much.
Any other comments? Ms. Chang.
Hi, thank you, President Dr. Michael. Yeah, it's been, for me, it's been the 3 years of my term, you as the president leading the role, and I really appreciate your leadership. In the past that so many phone calls, the monthly calls, I still miss that. I think, yeah, that is so good to be able to exchange ideas and things that we can move on. That's great. And I wish you the best. I know you're going to stay the board for another year. I'm looking forward to the next year.
He's not going anywhere.
Thank you.
2.
Sorry, 2 more years.
At least. Thank you, Ms. Chang. Other comments? Yes, Mr. Gadam.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Mr. Crawford, it's only been about a month for me. I only just got to know you, and it's really unfortunate that I won't be under your leadership much longer. But just from the 1 month that I've seen you, it's really amazing how much respect and admiration all these other board members have for you. And it's clear to see in the words they've expressed today how much respect they have for your leadership and what change you've brought. So thank you, Dr. Clarence.
Thank you, Mr. Gadam. Any other comments? Well, we have a motion by Dr. Mila McCarthy and a second by Dr. Johnson. I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2402, honoring Clarence C. Crawford and designating him as President Emeritus of the State Board of Education, please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen? Oh, did you abstain?
He did.
Okay, he abstained. That's okay. Very good. Noted for the minutes. Excellent. Thank you. So we have a couple things for you. We also at this time we have a governor's citation from Governor Moore. Mr. Hands, might you go ahead and read that, please?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Michael. Governor of the State of Maryland, to Clarence C. Crawford, President of the State Board of Education. Be it known that on behalf of the citizens of this state, in recognition of the 4 years of dedicated and outstanding service you have made as President of the Maryland State Board of Education, in honor of the high level of professionalism, expertise, and commitment you have demonstrated throughout your distinguished career, and as the people of Maryland join in expressing our great respect, admiration, and sincere best wishes, we are pleased to confer upon you this governor's citation.
Right.
Just wanted to say thank you. This is more than I had imagined. My goal was very simple, as we learned. Educate our children. Educate our children. Do not miss this opportunity. If we get it right, we change everything for them for a lifetime. So it's been a real distinct honor to serve this board and the children here in the state of Maryland. We still have a lot of work to do, but I firmly, firmly believe that we got this. I couldn't be more pleased with the new leadership. I fully expect them to just take this board and Maryland Public Education, working with the superintendent, to incredibly high heights. And at the end of the day, again, our success is going to be children at the end of the day will be able to read, they will be able to perform math, and they will leave Maryland systems ready for life, whether that's going into work or going into higher ed. They will lead Maryland system ready to go. So again, thank you for this. It's been a great learning opportunity. I've learned a lot from you guys. Have been great. Y'all have said all kinds of things to me about don't do this or don't do that, and I tried to listen. But again, thank you so much for everything, and I'm just excited. I'm excited about where we are. I'm excited about where we're going to be and where the children in the state of Maryland are going to be as we continue to implement this. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we are going to continue with board recognition. The board is pleased to welcome back Ms. Cheryl Boast to the presenters table today so that we can share our appreciation of her service as the president of the Maryland State Educators Association over the past 6 years. I believe you have 8 days left on your term. Is that correct?
But who's counting?
The board will be presenting Ms. Boast with the citation. Looking forward to taking photos afterwards. But first, Cheryl, Ms. Boast, I just want to congratulate you on your distinguished 30-plus year career as a Baltimore County educator, concluding your service over the past 6 years as the president of MSEA. You are, by all accounts, a formidable political force in this state. You are a gifted communicator,
yes,
a champion for educators, and a wise and pragmatic leader. Most impressive to me, you have consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to equity in public education. Your experience as a teacher at Mars Estates has grounded your leadership as president of MSEA, as you've led with equity in public education in shaping the blueprint and other policies to lead with equity to ensure that we support educators to truly educate children from all backgrounds. I want to thank you for your service, your deep commitment and sacrifice. And at this time, we're going to take some pictures, but I do want to welcome any comments from other board members at this time. Ms. McCusker.
Okay, I really hate this kind of thing. I don't like to do the, I love you, man thing at the table. But Cheryl, you have been a really amazing mentor to me.
Thank you.
Sorry. You gave me voice, and I know that's always been one of the things that you made the centerpiece of your leadership at MSEA, is that educator voice mattered, but educators don't always know how to share that voice, and you've showed me how to share it and showed me that when you do share it, it matters and it makes a difference. So I want to thank you for that personal mentorship. I will not say goodbye to you, because I'm pretty sure you're sticking around in other capacities anyway. I mean, I know you're taking a couple months off, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see you back in this room at some point. But I want to thank you for making educator voice an important force across the state of Maryland and for helping me find mine.
Thank you. Proud of you.
Dr. Michael.
Yes, Mr. Crawford.
Remember, I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago that we had, you and I sat down and talked, and came over to your office, and then we had lunch, and we just talked about Maryland education and children, and things were not always as smooth as they could be, but we decided at that time that we had some common interests, educating children, and we said we're going to focus on that. There'll be a number of areas where we may disagree, and there are processes in place to deal with that, and we'll deal with that. But I want to compliment you on just following through on your commitment to work with us to educate children, try to figure out how do we advance the ball to make sure that our children get educated. So I want to thank you. It's been a great partnership, and I appreciate all that you have done and the union has done as we work through these matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Other comments? Mr. Paul.
Cheryl, for years now, I want to echo the comments about teacher voice. I grew up in a family that was service-minded, but not civic-minded in the sense of engaging in the public sphere, engaging in the dialogue that's happening all around us. And being a Maryland public school teacher, that environment is the thing that taught me to engage with government, engage with our boards of education and our legislature and leaders. And so I learned that kind of language through, the nurturing spirit of Maryland public educators. And, that for years now, I've known that sort of filters up and up and up to Cheryl. So thank you for not just the work you do for and have done and will continue to do for young people and for educators all around the state, but for the very concrete ways in which your leadership of Maryland's public school teachers and educators has really changed the trajectory of my life and the nature of my civic engagement. So thank you very much.
Proud of you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Any other comments? All right, well, I'd like to read the certificate of recognition from the Maryland State Board of Education, the Maryland State Department of Education, providing a certificate of recognition for Cheryl Boast in grateful appreciation for 6 years of exemplary commitment, dedication, and service to educators and children in Maryland as president of the Maryland State Education Association. Your leadership and collaboration as a champion of public education, the blueprint for Maryland's future, and the State Board strategic plan and teacher leaders are an inspiration. We thank you for all that you do on behalf of Maryland's children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a picture in a moment, but welcome if you have any remarks this morning.
Me have remarks?
Yeah.
Shocking, right? Shocking.
Once in a blue moon. You know.
Well, first of all, thank you. I'm very humbled by the recognition and appreciate the words. I think you have to extend the 3 minutes for public comment if we have to say President Emeritus in what we're saying as we welcome. But I want to say congratulations and thank you for your service, Mr. Crawford. It's been an honor. But you have a lot to do with how this board and the trajectory of the department has changed. I remember being here as vice president of MSEA and being one of the only educators sitting in this room with the board and feeling like I was fighting for everything that we were trying to get across. And I remember for 2 years, this board at that time took positions in opposition to having a teacher serve on the State Board of Education. And we had to work very hard to get that passed. And it was going to be horrible to have a teacher on the state board was the sentiment. And I am just so proud that Rachel stepped up to run as the first teacher elected to sit on the State Board of Education, which isn't easy to be the first, we know. And for the many nights that she just felt that the board was not listening and against her and was maybe not going to stay on the board. And to now that she leads your policy and legislative committee is just a testament not only to you, Rachel, but to the board and to your leadership, Mr. Crawford, that embraced the thought and idea that educators can have a voice and be a partner in what we're doing and moving the education for our students forward. Congratulations to the both of you. I am so proud to have educators also running the State Board of Education, and not to say that you taught 40 years ago is a wonderful thing because times have changed. And so I am so proud of the work that you will do in moving forward and moving the State Board forward. And I want to echo your thanks to Governor Moore. When we first talked about him as a candidate and moving forward, he thought it was very strange that there were very few educators on a board about education. And he has truly lived up to his commitment to make sure that the majority of this board, at least, is of educators that can know firsthand what's happening in our schools. And I would encourage you in the years to come to think about having an active administrator, an active education support professional on this board to be your eyes and ears and barometer of what's happening in the buildings. Because educator voice, as we know, is important. Student voice is important because these are the folks on the front lines. So I just appreciate the working relationship. I appreciate the working relationship with the department and wish you much success in everything that you do. I don't think I'll be far away, but for 2 months I will be. There is a vacation. I found the picture of my first day at Mars Estates. I was sharing it over in the corner 35 years ago. And in 35 years, I have never had an entire month vacation. I have worked every summer for 35 years. And so my friends from Mars Estates are taking me away August 1st, my first official day of retirement. And I don't come back from family and friend vacations for a while to get that break. But I will always be involved in public education here in the Maryland and always be wishing you success and at times maybe giving you my opinion on things. So, but thank you for the recognition. It's been a pleasure to work with everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Bose. If you would, please join us. Yes.
You're going to be right in front. This is your moment. Everybody else can take a back seat. Taller man. Okay, excellent. And Mr. Big, just try to all right. And try to tuck in a little bit. Ready? Yeah, big smiles, everybody.
I think we can roll. Keep going. All right. All right. We are pleased to move on now to the next item on our agenda, which is a stakeholder engagement session. We are first going to be welcoming Ms. Trish Brennan-Gock, who is Executive Director of Maryland Reads, to provide a presentation to the board on the organization's work regarding the state of reading and literacy in Maryland. I'll turn it over now to Dr. Wright, if you have any additional comments, as we invite Ms. Brennan-Gock to the table.
Welcome, and looking forward to what you have to say.
Welcome. Yep, there you go.
There we go. Awesome. Okay. Good morning. Thank
Morning.
you for having us here. We're very excited to be here. And I also want to introduce Fred Curtis. He is new to our
Welcome.
team at Maryland Reads, and he will be joining us in this presentation. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here. We're very excited about what's happening in Maryland, and I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. Really want to thank Josh Michael for his leadership in Maryland. I think as we were looking and examining the crisis here, he was one of the people we found that recognized the crisis level that it was at and actually stepped up to do something about it. So we thank you very much for your leadership and are excited to see what you do in the coming year. And also, Clarence Crawford, thank you so much for all of your support. You have really been remarkable coming to our first statewide meeting in November. Telling your story, your personal story, I think is really important for the public to hear. And, lugging boxes and holding doors open on Friday as we launched our first convening. You really get in there and you do the work at all levels. And we really want to thank you for your service and your support. So I want to tell you a little bit about Maryland Reads and what we've been up to. We've been quite busy. We had sort of our public launch in November, but we've been at this since about 2021. And so how do we do it? Oh, there we go. Awesome. So we were founded in 2021 to really address the literacy crisis that we were having in our state, and looking at the data, really felt like it was at a crisis level. And after 10 years of decline, nobody was talking about that. And so we really tried to bring the data forward and really focus attention on how bad things had gotten in Maryland. And that, I think if you all remember that Quality Counts report from many, many years ago where Maryland was ranked #1 in education, we're not there anymore, but a lot of people still think we are. So we were really formed, our mission is to improve the effectiveness of reading instruction to meet the diverse academic, cultural, and linguistic needs of every student in our state. We do this by using research, data, and evidence of best practice to drive conversations, inform decisions, and engage stakeholders and policymakers in implementing approaches designed for impact, because that's really our focus, is impact. Just want to show you who our board is. We have a board. We really try hard to make sure that our board represents Maryland in many different ways. We are recruiting. We are actively looking for board members that can help us better represent our populations and throughout Maryland. So we're just putting a pitch out there that if you have any recommendations or if anyone's interested in joining our board, we are actively looking for new board members. I'm really excited to announce our Expert Advisory Committee. We are just announcing this. This is a preliminary list. We have 2 amazing co-chairs in Alice Tickler and Brandon Wallace. I couldn't imagine having any more hands-on leaders for this committee. The invitations have gone out through our vetting process, and these are the current list of people who responded, but I'm sure if I looked right now, there'd be a few more names to add. We are executing this process throughout the summer. We will have an ongoing vetting process. And so if you have any recommendations of people who should serve on our committee, I will say expert. The way we define that term is not someone just sitting in a research or higher ed institution, but really we're looking for a cross-section of individuals who represent our communities, parents and teachers and district staff and school board members, and as well as the research community. So, and we bring, our approach has been bringing a cross-section of people together to really inform the work that we're doing and the positions we're taking. And so we're now sort of formalizing this process through our Expert Advisory Committee. And so when we launched our report this spring, The State of Reading in Maryland, that was done through a series of 4 work groups focusing on individual topics. And out of the findings is what formulated our report. And so that's the approach that we take. And this Expert Advisory Committee will now be a core part of our work moving forward. And so we are still taking recommendations for that vetting process. As our work has evolved, we've really been focused on systems of support. And And so as we have been engaging, we've gotten a lot more focus to our work in sort of three main areas where we're focusing. The first is improving instruction through the science of reading. That's a really big area, is reading instruction. But it's not through instruction alone that we're going to tackle this crisis or get to more than 50% proficient rates. There's a lot more work that has to do. And so part of that is around building thriving reading ecosystems. So when we started this work and we started talking about state systems of support, we did a series of interviews. And when we mentioned this term state system of support, everybody thought MSDE. And this is a year ago, so think back to a year ago. And the reaction wasn't very positive. They only thought of a state system of support as government, and they didn't really feel acknowledged or embraced by that. But yet they kept talking through the interview, and it's very clear that people and the work they were doing saw themselves as part of a state system of support. And so we changed our language to talk about creating a thriving reading ecosystem. And we started using that word. Immediately people saw, I'm part of the ecosystem. And they got that. And so that's how our language has evolved, because and then when we had our November convening, somebody said, well, it's not just state ecosystem, like every county has its own ecosystem. And so we realized we had to take this to the county level, and we had to start thinking about, okay, in each county, what does that thriving reading ecosystem look like? And how does that then become part of a thriving state system? And so Fred's going to talk to you a little bit more about the work that we're doing in that space. And then the last thing was barriers to reading proficiency. So there are barriers beyond sort of the traditional ones we think about in terms of dyslexia and other learning challenges that students have. And so I think we have to really look at what are some of these other barriers, and if we don't address them, we don't acknowledge them, that everything we're doing around improving reading instruction is just going to hit a ceiling if we're not addressing these other places. So we think it's important that we tackle all of these things at the same time, and that our community as a whole work together. We can't just put it on your shoulders to do all that work, but we have to step up and do some of that. And so that's what we're here to talk a little bit about what we're doing on that front. Because we really think that, like a stool, if you only had two, if it was just MSDE and the state board, that stool would fall over. That third leg is really the other support that exists. And so we have Maryland Reads here, but that can also be the Reading League who comes after us and the other organizations in the state, that there is a community of people who are wanting to help provide stability and forward motion to the work that you're doing. And we are really focused on that for impact. So I want to talk a little bit about in the areas of instruction, what we're doing. The first thing is the State of Reading that we published this year. We're going to be putting that out every year to really put a spotlight on what does our data say, how are we doing, but also looking at the progress that we're making. And then, out of that report came our 7-part action plan. And so in those 7 areas, we are monitoring progress. We are asking ourselves, when people say, oh, you should do this, does it fit in that area? Because if it doesn't fit, that's not our focus. And so so in that area, leadership is one of the areas that is in our 7-part plan, and we think leadership is incredibly important. I think having Dr. Wright at the helm at MSD makes a difference, because I think she exemplifies what leadership looks like. But in Baltimore City, we're really excited. I have former colleagues that I worked with, and really, they taught me a lot about the role of principal leadership and how critical that is in schools. And they have since moved on. They are at Education Northwest now, and they have created a principal literacy leadership framework. So as we were doing this work, we were leaning into them, and they were partnering with us to really understand the role of principals in literacy leadership. And then sort of through our process, they came back and said, look, we are willing to provide 3 schools in Maryland at no cost to them the opportunity to have a year-long cohort in this principal work that they were doing. And so we went to Baltimore City and we said, hey, would you be interested in that? And they said yes. And so today, actually, right now, that work is kicking off with 3 elementary schools. They are... got them written down. Charles Carroll Bannister, Mary Ann Winter, and Violetville Elementary. And so we're very excited to see, at the end of the year, what impact that work has had with the principal and their literacy teams at the school. It's a combination of in-person work and virtual work and coaching, and we're happy to be a part of that, working with Baltimore City Schools so we can learn and see, how is this making a difference. So we were excited to bring that opportunity to our state. And then the last piece is when the draft literacy plan came out, we, leaned into our network and we said, okay, let's figure out some comments. Let's make sure everybody knows about it. So we circulated, make sure that everybody knew they had the opportunity to provide their individual comments. But then we convened 2 virtual facilitated conversations to really gather feedback. And it's that feedback that's informed the comments that we submitted, and they're available on our website if anyone is interested to see them. So one of the things that, we were really excited about was when the state board passed the reading resolution. We were thrilled to see that leadership coming from the board. We think leadership matters in your role, and we think that was a really important stake in the ground to communicate to people how seriously you were taking reading. And the public and the people who have been caring about reading were very excited about that. So we thought it's important to put our names down and say we support you. And so through our outreach, we have been asking people to read the reading resolution and sign up and say that they endorse it. So this is a list of the organizations and individuals who have currently stepped forward to sign that. And in the interest of continuous improvement, because that's what we're about, my one recommendation to you would be go on a roadshow and talk to people about the resolution and ask them to step up and say, show us your support, because I think that awareness of, specifically what you're looking for is really important. And I think it's important that the public know what you're doing. And so this was a really great start to the year, and this is how we've tried to build off of that work that you're doing. In terms of our literacy process, we just wanted to share from our comments where our perspectives come from. We are trying very hard to create connections and networks in every county in our state because we have such a diverse state, and I'm learning more and more about how diverse our state is with urban communities and rural communities and coastal communities and all of the differences that come with that. And so I was happy, that we had a nice makeup from across our state in terms of participation, but also in terms of roles. This shows you the cross-section of individuals that are engaged in our network who show up to participate. And, we have families and teachers and district staff and service providers and advocates and school board members and legislators. And so it's this diverse perspective that I think is important to informing the work and informing our work. And so this is how we approached our comments to the literacy policy, and it's how we approach our work just generally moving forward. I'm going to turn it over to Fred Curtis now. He's going to talk to you about the launch of our Read Strong network.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you, Trish. Fred Curtis again. Thank you, everyone. And I just want to first say just thank you all for your work. And some years ago, I was an educator myself. I know I look a whole lot younger than I actually am. And so I always feel at home when I'm around people whose passion, whose energy, and whose focus is on education. As Trish mentioned, this past Friday, we did wrap our summer series of convenings with our Read Strong Baltimore City convening. We had about 27 stakeholders from a variety of different sectors, nonprofit executives, school board members, educators currently themselves. And I would be remiss once more if I didn't thank you, Mr. Crawford. He showed up right on time, and we had him doing some things that—
Early. Showed up early. Who else does that?
Right. Doing a lot of hard work and contributing to it, so we thank you for that and your overall service. Last month, we hosted our Read Strong convenings in Queen Anne's County, and then last week, on Tuesday, we hosted a convening in Montgomery County as well, and grateful to the people at Leadership Montgomery for hosting us there. Excuse me, as Trish mentioned, these were a direct result of a convening that we held in November. And out of that convening, there were people that we identified, partners in Queen Anne's, Baltimore City, Montgomery County, to help assist in sort of planning these efforts to bring people together and figure out, what do these thriving ecosystems look like throughout different jurisdictions. For us, local experience, local expertise, and relationships truly matter, and they are imperative. For example, in Queen Anne's County, when we were finding a location for that, we originally, I think we're going to do it in Kent Island. And then we have someone who is in Queen Anne's who stepped up and is on the planning committee and said, well, it makes more sense to do it in Centerville. This is where you're going to get more engagement, where you're going to get more attendance. This is where the people who actually live here live year-round, so on and so forth. And so those types of small tidbits seem small, but they can be incredibly impactful and informative in building out sort of systems and structures and processes to help build out the ecosystems we're trying to do. Components of a strong ecosystem vary in many different ways across jurisdictions. I know Trish mentioned this, and I think we're going to continue to sort of hone in on this, right? Though the foundation and the fundamentals of a strong reading ecosystem may be the same statewide, nationwide, how you implement that, the people you talk to, the way you go about executing is going to look different in Centerville as opposed to Rockville, as opposed to Baltimore City, so on and so forth, speaking to the diversity, not only ethnically, racially, but also geographically of our state. And so we're mindful of that and sort of building our key relationships and plans as well. So we focus on building those relationships with stakeholders from many different sectors. The convenings have helped us provide us with immediate sort of next steps to start our work in each community. But they've also played an integral role in helping us work together with local stakeholders to build out long-term strategy. And so our process over these next few weeks of summer, and I should also note that I think this is my 36th day in this role, so a lot of baptism by fire, but wouldn't have it any other way. And so these meetings have really provided a lot of ideas about how to build strong reading ecosystems that are rooted in the science of reading. And so what we're going to spend a lot of time doing over these next 6 weeks is compiling these ideas, really aggregating data from it, and in the short term figuring out what are some immediate next steps. Part of that are additional convenings coming up in late September, early October in these same jurisdictions with the keen focus, again, being a continuous improvement organization. What things did we do well and maybe what things did we not do at the previous ones, but then also tangibly these people who are coming together who are involved in this work on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis, how can we start implementing some of this feedback to really start impacting communities and impacting children?
Thank you, Fred. I will say that we are also looking at the research of what does research tell us about things that happen outside of the classroom? How do they have an impact on improving student reading proficiency? And so that's a cornerstone of this work as well, really having people understand that what they're doing, research actually shows makes a difference. And I think that helps sort of motivate people in this space. And I would just like to say, we were so pleased that Clarence Crawford was able to come, and we hope that as we continue to offer these in various counties, that other board members will join us in these conversations. It's really inspiring to have people sit around and discuss these issues, and having leadership at the table is another way of showing them that you are all taking this very seriously. So the last piece I wanted to just talk about is addressing barriers to reading. So one of the things that we sort of were talking about our November convening, we had someone from the Shanker Institute there. And, as we get into this work, we really understand the science of reading is about wiring the brain to become a reader. And that is why it is explicit instruction. It is why it is not something that you just do in a 6-month time period, but it's over the course of years that a student's brain is really wired to become a reader. And then I'm hearing a lot about, social media, addictive technologies, and how it's rewiring the brain. And so I said to, the person from the Shanker Institute, is it possible that the rewiring of the brain that's happening through addictive technology is unwiring what's happening with the science of reading? And so this conversation unfolded, and we got connected to Marianne Wolf, who's the author of Reader Come Home, and we're going to have that conversation in September. And I think I am not a researcher, so I'm going to say it, and a researcher may cringe, but yes, it seems that this impact on the brain is happening. And so if we're going to be, as a nation, investing millions and millions of dollars in wiring kids' brains to become readers, and then they get this addictive technology and just unravels everything, if we don't do something about that, that investment is moot. So we're really excited that Marianne Wolf is going to be here in Maryland, and on September 19th, she has set aside some time to join a conversation with us to really talk about the research. And she has told us that these are big conversations happening in Europe, and she gets interviewed by journalists in all countries in Europe, and this is a conversation they're having, but she said, we're not having this conversation here in the U.S., and so we're hoping to jumpstart that in our state, and we hope that some of your board members will be interested in joining this conversation and hearing what the research has to say. So those are the big things we've done Going in to the second half of the year, in the fall, we are going to continue with our Read Strong network in Baltimore, Queen Anne, and Montgomery County. We have already gotten interest in at least one or two other counties wanting us to bring that there, so we're going to be exploring what's it going to take for us to be able to do that. We are going to have an orientation meeting for our expert advisory committee once the vetting process through this summer is done. We also launched happy hour conversations Friday afternoons at 3 o'clock, inviting a speaker to come in and talk about a topic that our network has says they are interested in. And we want to thank MSD and the team there for showing up and helping us launch this series. We've had about 20 sort of folks in a virtual conversation. No agenda, not a webinar, but for people who really want to talk about these issues, they show up on Friday at 3. And so we're going to continue that in the fall. And then we're going to host our REACH Roundtable on the digital dilemma. In November, the state test scores are going to be out. And so we are going to host a convening to sort of look at those, see what they mean, have a conversation about it, and also start to think about what's going to be happening at the legislative session and what do we see percolating in the state. And then in January, NAEP scores will be out. And then we will have been preparing to launch our second edition of the State of Reading in Maryland. And so we plan for that to come out and host an event around that. But I do want to highlight that those NAEP scores are going to contain 10th grade data. And it's going to be an opportunity for us as a nation to be talking about what's helping with our high school students and to really see what the data is telling us. So we'll be focused on that in the next couple of months, exploring, how do we focus more conversation around middle high school students. So that's sort of what we're doing. And we think that, it's been very clear the role that you're playing around improving instruction, and we really want to support that work where we can. But we also want to invite you into the work around creating thriving reading ecosystems. Come to our convenings, understand how the research is showing that piece matters, and how can we build those partnerships and incentivize community members to get engaged. And we've got a lot of ideas that have been generated that you'll be hearing more about, and they're sort of fun. There's actually a lot of excitement about, there's a recognition that when we say what's already happening, that list is not as long as we might have hoped. But there's a lot of ideas about what can be done and people leaning into that, so we're really excited. And then the barriers, as I said, technology is one. What are other barriers? People want to talk about the whys, the why of the data, not just, okay, now we see the data, we see where we are, but why are we there? And it's not just about the science of reading. So people are really interested in exploring that conversation.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Brennan-Gach and Mr. Curtis. We really appreciate you joining us today. At this time, I'd welcome any questions or comments from board members. Dr. Amelia McCarthy.
Hi, it's so nice to meet you. I love the work that you're doing, and I appreciate it greatly. I love that you have Dr. Wolf coming. To me, it's very important that when we look at policy and we look at practice, we have to ensure that there's research to support it. So I see it as a continuous circle where each impacts and informs the other. So policy has to be based on good science, and the policy and practitioners have to hold hands together in the service of children. So I love that you're doing that, so thank you.
Well, you're invited to join us.
I'll be there.
We'll be sending you.
Thank you. Other board members. Mr. Crawford.
I want to thank you again, your organization, in terms of helping create a grassroots demand for this kind of work, because despite all the best efforts that government can do, there are limits to what we can do. We need to have parents and guardians and legislators and business and everybody involved in this effort to realize the goals that we have. So again, thank you so much for what you're doing. And it was great. Friday, got there early, so I was moving boxes and setting up tables. But, the sharing data, you were sharing data with people, and I could tell just watching the reaction there. We're looking at outcome data for students over the past 10 or 15 years, and you could see how enlightening that was. People were shocked in some instances to see where we were. But I think more importantly, what I think people walked away with was a real sense of a way forward. We can figure this out. We can make a difference. It's not all lost in doom and gloom, but there's a way forward. And there are a number of different individuals and organizations all working in that direction. So thank you very much for what you do.
You're welcome.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this really important work that you're doing. I have a question. Your advisory committee that you're still filling, how do interested people get their names thrown into the hat?
If you go to our website, marylandreads.org, there's a Join Us button, and you can fill all the different ways. We do a monthly newsletter that people can sign up for, and then they can sort of, one of the things we do is we highlight what's happening in the board meetings, because I will say that this is one of the most transparent places to find information. As we were doing our research and going back for years, all of the information you have posted for the public is wonderful. So we do our newsletter, but then that's where they can submit their names of their interest. And as I said, we'll be doing this vetting process. It's an ongoing process, but for right now, for the first cohort, we'll be taking those names and vetting through the summer and then doing an orientation, hopefully in September.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Any other questions or comments? All right, Ms. Brenagach, thank you. Ms. Chang, thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate your work. Yeah, I've been on your dialogue a couple times, hidden in the back end, and I received the invitation, and I admire the work your team have been working to promote the education and especially focus on the reading part and the literacy.
Thank you. And thank you for showing up in November. We really appreciated having you in the room.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I want to thank you again for your leadership. You have put this on your back and helped really elevate this issue, and just welcome the opportunity to be in this work alongside you and in partnership as we move forward in elevating the work of literacy and reading across the state for all children. So thank you for your leadership. And Mr. Curtis, so nice to meet you this morning. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
All right. We are now delighted to welcome Ms. Susan Smith, Vice President of the Reading League, who is going to be providing Susan White, thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Susan White, Vice President of Reading League, to provide a presentation to the board on the organization's activities and support for reading and literacy in Maryland. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, President Crawford, Dr. Wright, and board members. My name is Susan White, and I currently serve as the Vice President on the Board of Directors of the Reading League Maryland.
Ms. White, can you also introduce our other guest? Yes, thank you.
I am also joined by my fellow colleague and board member, Carlene Spitalnik.
Thank you. Wonderful. Welcome.
All right. At the Maryland Reading League, we believe that all children can learn to read and all teachers can learn to teach them. The Reading League Maryland is a state chapter of the National Reading League. Our chapter was formed in September 2021, and we are one of 33 state chapters. We are a Maryland-based 501c3 nonprofit. Our executive board and advisory board members have diverse professional backgrounds and experiences. Our overall mission is to advance the awareness and use of evidence-based literacy instruction and practices. Our specific goals are to build awareness of the science of reading and encourage that 100% of reading instruction delivered in Maryland schools is aligned to the science of reading. Over the past 2.5 years, we have been working hard to provide teachers information to inform their practices. We wanted to highlight some of the examples of our events. Our first presentation introduced teachers to the science of reading, providing them useful background information. We also had presentations covering universal reading screening, the use of sound walls, and helpful tools to teach secondary literacy aligned to the science of reading. We also hosted a book study of The Language at the Speed of Sight, a book by neurologist Dr. Mark Seidenberg about how the brain learns to read. He was also able to join us for a Q&A session at the end. We were very excited about that. We have also collaborated with other literacy organizations as well. We watched The Truth About Reading film at Loyola University, followed by a panel discussion. The panel included district literacy leaders, principal, pre-service teachers, and a professor at a Maryland Educator Prep program. We were able to have a rich conversation afterwards and talking about the implications similar to our needs here in Maryland. We also collaborated with MILE to discuss educating multilingual learners in Maryland. Our panel included EL teachers and system leadership from 4 Maryland school districts, as well as higher ed. Finally, we collaborated with MSD to put on a virtual event for families of multilingual learners introducing the science of reading. We are very excited about our latest event. This summer, we are doing a study of the National Reading Panel Report. We invited 5 literacy experts to present about each component of reading. They provide an overview of the report findings and bring forward new research that has happened since the report came out in 2000. We are excited to have Dr. Matthew Burns talk about phonemic awareness, Dr. Holly Lane talk about phonics, Dr. Jen Hasbrook discuss fluency, and just last night we had Dr. Elsa Cardenas-Hagen talk about vocabulary. Our last event is actually next week, when we will have Dr. Anna Tabor-Barber from the University of Maryland College Park, who will finish the series for us talking about comprehension. We would like to also share that we make all of our events and recordings available through our social media and our YouTube channel for frequent viewing and repeat viewing. All right. As you are considering a literacy policy, we wanted to share some resources you may find helpful. The Science of Reading Defining Guide is a document that was spearheaded by the Reading League. This document was a collaboration of reading researchers from around the country. The rationale for this common definition was that the science of reading has gained traction over the last few years, leading to potentially to some misunderstandings about what is the science of reading. As a result, the Reading League believes that a common definition is useful in the field. The defining guide includes a definition and background information to understand the body of research that is referred to as the science of reading. Next, we have the Reading League Compass. This provides reliable and understandable guidance for a variety of stakeholders. The Compass includes the new curriculum navigation reports. These were unveiled on May 1st. The Reading League looked at curricula to determine if it is aligned to the body of knowledge that is the science of reading. This is in contrast to the Ed Reports, for example, that looks at the curriculum to see if it aligns with the Common Core standards. So these two curriculum guides are not the same. I would like to point out that the administrative section of the Compass, this has excellent information about universal screening, interventions, and NTSS. It provides information as the board evaluates the draft literacy policy and considers putting into practice in schools. One more item that can be found in the administrative section that we would recommend viewing is Dr. Stephanie Stoller's description of what a multi-tiered system of support is. MTSS is considered a best practice system to make sure that every student receives the instruction they need to become proficient readers. Next is the National Center for Improving Literacy, was part of the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. It is a clearinghouse of information on reading and literacy. It also houses excellent information about dyslexia. Finally, we've included a link to our website. It is in development, and we continue to add resources as we learn more and add more. So again, we thank you for the invitation to come and introduce our organization to you. We look forward to continuing our work to support educators and building their knowledge about the science of reading and going forward.
Excellent. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. White. Thank you very much. Do we have additional questions or comments from members of the board? Yes, Dr. Mila McCarthy.
Hi, I just want to thank you for your excellent work and your relentless work on this. Carlene, you have been a soldier in the work of getting reading instruction, the science of reading, and helping parents understanding what children need. And I'm sure you do too, Susan. I just happen to know Carlene for many years. So thank you, thank you. I just do have a question. How do you interact with Maryland Reads? Do you have a partnership with them, or it's different? The missions are different. Oh, I'm just asking. I'm not looking to stir up anything. just curious. But at any rate, I just want to thank you because I know the extent of the work you do, and I think you have made a dent in Maryland. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you very much for joining us today. It's a privilege to have such wonderful partners in the work. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. We are 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Here we go. I'm just noting.
Just from just a caution, from my experience, it's not a good idea to publicize that we're ahead because it always seems to go. Let it just sort of surprise
let it
people
surprise.
at
There
the
we
end
go.
of the meeting.
Noted, Mr. President Emeritus. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to our draft literacy policy review for the public and for board members. Do want to remind that in January when we passed Resolution 2401, we charged the superintendent with drafting a comprehensive literacy policy aligned to the science of reading for consideration to the state board for approval, including but not limited to curricular adoption, assessment, data analysis, early warning systems, intervention, and accountability. So as we turn it over to Dr. Wright momentarily, just want to anchor this is a part of a much larger body of work that we've been engaging in since January. And so excited. I know Dr. Wright and her team have not only been working to pull together work from across the country, but have been deeply engaged in engaging with stakeholders, hundreds of stakeholders. We'll hear more about that. So delighted to turn it over to you, Dr. Wright, at this time.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith to come forward. This has been a great experience for us in terms of being able to get a lot of input on this. You're going to hear about the number of people that have responded. I want to be really clear with the board. This is just the beginning. This is our draft, and we've obtained a lot of different ideas and inputs on wording even today, things that may need to be wordsmithed, and we're prepared to do that as well. We're also looking for any pieces around what would impact what's happening in the classroom, and because that, to your point earlier, that's where the magic takes place, and so we need to make sure that all of our teachers and leaders have the capacity to really pull this off and pull this off well. I do want to say that a lot of what my charge to them, so that you are clear on that, when they started putting the policy together were a few things. One, I said, look to see what isn't currently in statute, because we did not have that read on that. Look to see what is currently in our own regulations. Then I want you to look across the nation at other states that have produced very strong literacy policies, and there are a number of them that have. And then think about what best practices are. Think about all the things that we've been charged with, whether it's curriculum, whether it's assessment, whether it's data analysis, whatever it is, and be thinking about what is a good place to start as a draft. So I really want to emphasize the term draft. So we are still seeking input. We will continue to seek input. This is the first time that you will have an opportunity to talk about this, but this will be the last time that we have an opportunity to talk about this. So I want to be clear to not only you, but to the public that this is is just the beginning. So I'm going to turn this over now to Drs. Collins and Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good morning, board members. Dr. Smith and I are here to give you an update on the work to date on the draft literacy policy. And as Dr. Wright said, based on the charge, this is truly a draft. It's in its very early stages, and we are thankful for all the input. I also, Dr. Smith and I just want to give a shout out to Maryland Reads and the Reading League. I don't know where they went, but we do use a lot of the resources that you see. So we welcome you to take a look at the website and the resources, and we're looking to continue our partnership. But there's a lot of great research and resources out there that are available. And so we're just thankful to our partners. So with that said, what we're going to share with you today is just a recap of the state board resolution that brought us to this point. It's on. There we go. There we go. Technology. Okay. The state board resolution that brought us to this point will give you a brief update of some of the national state literacy information that we found based on our research to date. Some updates on the principles that guided the initial design of the policy and initial stakeholder feedback. And I say initial, while the presentation says about 500 something as of Friday, we were at about 900 something. So we are continuing to get feedback, and then we'll share with you next steps. Okay. So if you recall, back in February when the state board approved the resolution, it also signaled the work that we wanted to focus on in Maryland in terms of improving literacy for our students. And so that charged the state superintendent to draft a policy for literacy, draft a policy that we can bring back for stakeholder input and approval, and that's what we've been doing. As Dr. Michael mentioned, the policy should cover curriculum, right? We've been talking a lot about high quality curriculum and what that means, so we want to touch on that. Assessment, what types of assessments can be used to monitor student progress to see how they're doing, and also for teachers to use that are authentic assessments that are providing input for them on how they can shift their instruction. Data analysis, right? How do we leverage data to help us determine whether our students are not making progress, but also to inform our interventions for students? Early warning systems. How do we know early on rather than later our students that are not making progress, and use that information to inform our work, but also to be transparent with our community and parents when our children are not making any progress. Strategic and very research and evidence-based interventions that could be used to improve progress, and then accountability. Accountability for us, but also accountability for making sure our students are moving forward. So that's what we've been working on. Also, if you can go back, I want to say one thing. The other point that we want to make sure is that the policy can clearly articulate the goals and outcomes in alignment with the blueprint. It's okay. For improving literacy outcomes in Maryland for students. And so as we've been looking at the work for other states, we want to make sure that it's very clear in terms of the board's vision and the community's input around how we move forward. Okay. We're good. Stop there. Stop. That's good. There we go. All right. Dr. Smith.
Okay. Yes.
You can use that one.
So reading is, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So while we all understand that reading is an education issue, but it's not just an education issue, it is also an economic issue. And so this, our proposed policy really brings to light some of these economic issues that we should keep at the forefront of our minds. 88% of students who failed to earn a diploma were struggling readers in third grade. This is from research pulled from the Annie E. Casey Foundation. Students who are not reading proficiently in third grade are 4 times more likely to not graduate from high school. And if these students happen to also be from a low-income family and are of a minority, they are 8 times more likely not to graduate from high school. So this, in and of itself, is one of the main reasons why we started to look at the development of a comprehensive literacy policy. Also, as you look at this economic issue, we find that 60% of inmates are functionally illiterate. Therefore, they were not reading on grade level by the end of third grade. Research suggests that 2/3 of students who cannot read proficiently end up, by the end of fourth grade, end up incarcerated or on welfare. This also has an impact on our healthcare industry. Low literacy costs about $73 million per year in terms of direct healthcare costs. Pfizer has done a recent study that says it puts the cost much higher. So this also gives an indication as to why reading is an economic issue as well as an education issue. So let's discuss a crucial question. Why does Maryland need a comprehensive literacy policy? Well, first let's consider the current literacy landscape in Maryland. Despite various efforts and initiatives over the years, literacy rates in our state indicate that there's still significant work to be done. Many students are not meeting grade level expectations in reading, and this gap has profound implications for their overall academic success and their future opportunities. Achievement gaps in literacy persist across state demographics. For instance, students from low-income backgrounds, English language learners, or multilingual learners, and students with disabilities often face additional challenges in achieving reading proficiency. These disparities highlight the need for a unified, comprehensive approach that addresses the diverse needs of all students. The field of literacy education has evolved significantly, with substantial research now available in the science of reading. This body of evidence provides us with clear, actionable strategies for improving literacy instruction. However, these practices are not consistently applied across all schools and districts in the state. A comprehensive literacy policy will ensure that every school in Maryland is equipped with the best research-based tools and methods for teaching reading effectively. Literacy is a foundational skill that affects every aspect of an individual's life. Students who struggle with reading are more likely to face academic difficulties, have higher dropout rates, and encounter limited employment opportunities. By improving literacy outcomes, we can enhance the economic and social well-being of our communities. Higher literacy rates are also associated with more educated workforce, reduced poverty levels, and improved health outcomes. A comprehensive policy provides a structured framework for supporting literacy education. This includes setting clear standards, providing professional development for educators, implementing consistent assessments and intervention strategies, and holding schools accountable for student progress. Such a framework ensures that all stakeholders, from state and district leaders to classroom teachers, are aligned and working towards the same goal. Maryland has already taken important steps with laws like Ready to Read Act and the Section 7-202 of the Maryland Education Code. However, these statutes needed to be integrated and expanded within a comprehensive policy to ensure that they are effectively implemented and achieve the intended outcomes. The comprehensive literacy policy, proposed policy, will build on these legislative foundations and bring coherence and rigor to our efforts. So in summary, the need for a comprehensive policy in Maryland is driven by the goal of providing equitable, effective, and research-based literacy instruction to all students by addressing these achievement gaps, leveraging research, enhancing economic and social outcomes, and providing a systemic supports and building those on existing legislation. We can create a robust literacy framework that ensures that every child in Maryland has the opportunity to succeed. So let's take a closer look at the next section of the current performance. According to the 2022 National Assessment of Educational Progress, 31% of Maryland students scored at proficiency levels or advanced. This means that a staggering 69% of our students did not reach proficiency. The implications here are clear, right? There's no excuse for these poor outcomes. We need to understand why this gap exists and how we can address it. So let's consider the findings from the National Institute of Health. They indicate that nearly all students, 95% of students, regardless of background, are capable of learning with explicit, systematic, and sequential instruction in the foundational skills, structured literacy. Next slide. Of course, there are exceptions. Only 5% of young readers have only about 5% of young readers have severe cognitive impairments that make acquiring reading skills extremely difficult. This tells us that the cognitive ability is not the primary barrier for the majority of our students. So what are the learning conditions we're dealing with? Research shows that 30% of students will learn to read regardless of how they are taught. This is encouraging, but it also means that the remaining 70% need more structured support. Specifically, about 50% of the students need high-quality Tier 1 instruction and foundational skills. These students benefit significantly from research-based teaching methods. Additionally, 15% of students require extra time and support to reach their reading potential. This highlights the importance of differentiated instruction and targeted intervention. While nearly all students have the cognitive ability to learn to read and with proper instruction can achieve proficient, our current system is not meeting their needs. So what do we do to bridge this gap?
So as we did a review of the organization of other state policies, we tried to rely on what research says should be evident in policies. And so here we just wanted to highlight the 4 major components of the comprehensive literacy policy draft that was pushed out. These 4 principles spotlighting teachers and the need for policy, right? A continuum of knowledge. What is it that teachers need to know and be able to do? Assessment and parent notification. We hear often, not just now in our roles, but also when we're out in the field, that parents want to support. They want to be a partner with schools, but sometimes they just don't know, and they're not in the know. So that was another big component. And when we share with you the feedback, you'll see that that is a strength of the policy, that parents appreciate seeing themselves as a partner in the policy. So that is something that we'll continue to build upon. But we need to make sure parents are aware very early on of when their children are not making progress. Instruction and intervention, making sure that educators have the tools to be able to provide interventions, but very specific to what the needs of the students are. And that's where that data is very important. And so as we think about implementation of the policy, it's really going to call us to think about what are the existing resources and supports that our teachers have? What may we need to get rid of and replace so that we can make sure that the teachers have the right tools and resources? That's going to be really, really critical. And I know, again, I'm alluding to some of the feedback around funding, but we've got to do our due diligence to make sure that the resources and supports that exist in our schools are of high quality, and teachers don't have to search and scan for tools and resources. Like, they're at their fingertips, so that as they're looking at their data and they're identifying the issues, they have the coaches in place and they have the principals, and they're coming together as teams to really use the tools in the way that they're supposed to be used to intervene, and then students can move out of those interventions and continue to go. And we're not sacrificing good core instruction, which is that Tier 1 instruction, but it's supplemental to what's going on. And then retention and intervention. And we know there's been a lot of good conversation and dialogue around retention and what that looks like in intervention. And it's a huge decision and step for Maryland to take. So we call it fruitful discussion that we're having, because there are diverse perspectives that we all need to welcome, no matter where we think about in terms of that perspective, right? But it is a part of what we have found exists in other solid, strong policies. So this just grounded the work as we began to draft. I'll do this one. One of the things I also wanted to mention that I neglected to do is we also want the policy to be authentic and practical, right? Not a compliance exercise that the board approves and it's just a checklist, okay, go forth, right? It really has to be grounded in research, as we keep talking about, evidence-based, right? And that everyone can see themselves in the policy and in some shape or fashion the work that we're doing. And so this is why, while some may think we opened up a can of worms and we put it out for feedback, we loved it. Actually, Dr. Smith and I were like, yes, because that's what we want. We want folks to feel like we are truly listening. While the lift is going to be heavy on us to figure out how we make it fit, that's what we want, right? You want to create the space for feedback. So while this says July 12th, 583, actually as of Friday, we counted close to 900 pieces of feedback that we've been sorting through. And so we're really appreciative of that feedback. Just some common areas that people thought the policy was strengthened around was focusing specifically on the science of reading research, teacher training and professional development. We know that is extremely, extremely important. We need to make sure we can't just put out a policy without the support. Interventions, how do we intervene early and regularly when students need support? And the screening and the identification of students that need the most support early on as well. Less commonly, but doesn't mean that they weren't as important. Again, the uses of retention, there was a lot of different feedback around that. Early grades and screening of interventions and accountability, right? How do we also help our students to be accountable for their learning and whatever plans that we're designing, that students have a partnership, but they feel like they own it, so they have voice in building their own plan about how they get better. Additional areas that they asked us to consider is staffing, right? What does the staffing model look like in our schools? Is it adequate enough to implement the policies? How do we support and work with our LEAs to look at their existing staffing models and some ideas about how they may reshape, but also where's extra staff needed and it may not be needed. Clearly defining the roles of the educators that are in the building as well. Again, as I mentioned, retention and class size, right? How does class size play a picture into the implementation of this policy? What are some best practices about what class size should look like? Other comments and larger issues are, how do we look at the policy beyond just third grade? Right? We know that early reading intervention is important, but what about fourth, fifth grade, middle school, and high school? What's happening there? And so how do we make, when we talk about a comprehensive policy and we want to see everyone's voice, making sure that that's a part of the policy? More training for staff, specialized in specific areas that they need, not just throwing everything in there and say, you get trained on this and you get training, but being very specific and strategic around the training. Parent involvement. And involvement just not for involvement's sake, but really partnership, right? Collaboration, building the capacity. And that's why we're thankful for the work of the Maryland League and Maryland Reads, because they really are spotlighting where we need to center our work around literacy. And then student retention. What we thought it might be helpful to do is just to share some of the research that we've seen where retention is playing out really well, to give a perspective, since that was an area that we had a lot of comments around. So I'll turn it to Dr. Smith.
Thank you. So current research suggests that early retention based on test score thresholds can improve academic outcomes for students. So we have some key findings in a research study by Huang and Kodal in 2023 about Indiana's 2012 assessment and retention law showed that they had increased student outcomes. Positive outcomes were also found in similar policies in Chicago as well as in Florida. As a matter of fact, in the 2022 administration of NAEP, Florida was ranked 4th in the nation. And this is after COVID and the learning loss that was seen across many states. So Florida managed to move up from their 2013 administration where they ranked 9th to 4th. Moving from individual state policies to a broader perspective, a national study reveals that further insight into the effectiveness of early literacy programs. Westall and Cunningham conducted a study in 2023, and they examined states with comprehensive early literacy policies, and that included third grade retention for struggling students. The study found that these states saw vast improvement in both high and low stakes assessments, as well as increase in student outcomes, indicating that the retention policies can help raise overall academic performance. These policies often included additional support measures which were targeted, such as interventions and remedial programs, to ensure that the retained students received the help that they needed. While the benefits of early retention are evident, it's crucial to consider how retention at different stages of education impacts student outcomes. Impacts of later grade retention show that finds that there may be a null or even negative impact on high schoolers and beyond. Therefore, it becomes imperative that we look at the lower grades or the foundational skills or foundational grades as a starting point for providing the supports necessary for students to progress. Next. Effects of while even while improving achievement, the third grade retention policy in Florida was also found to increase suspensions. So even though we see that there were positives from it, there may also be some negative effects on as far as retention is concerned. Conversely, studies from New York City as well as Indiana found that there was no impact on disciplinary outcomes or attendance. So with that being said, it's important that we look across across the research to ensure that we are addressing all the needs of the students. I think it's important also to recognize that a recent study from Mississippi in 2023 found that students who were in third grade and were retained in the 2014-15 year under the policy, they led to substantially higher ELA scores in the sixth grade. This indicates that retention can have long-term benefits for literacy skills, have positive impact on ELA scores as they matriculate and move up in grade levels. An important note is that these ELA scores were driven and up by positive effects on Black and Hispanic students in particular in Mississippi. Retention policies in Mississippi had no significant impact on other outcomes in sixth grade, including math, absences, or special education identification.
All right, so where do we go next? As I mentioned, this is initial feedback. We are continuing to compile the feedback and create a revised policy. As you might have seen here at MSDE, we're big on making sure our documents are reader-friendly to our users. So we are working with our comms team to reformat the draft so it's more reader-friendly, and that will be posted. But we're not making any immediate changes. So I wanted to put that out there before. We didn't want folks to be confused if they see the policy posted in a different format. It's just we want to make it more user and reader-friendly for everyone. We'll be also, we've already looked at some of our COMAR that we're going to continue to go back to make sure it's aligned with the components of the policy, and we'll be bringing that forward to the board as well. Eventually, we'll bring a revised policy to the Ed Policy Committee and the full board to take action. We'll be working on implementation plans and looking at what are the guidance documents that are needed. Again, what is the professional learning that's needed? I mean, this is a huge lift for Maryland, right? Mm-hmm. A very huge lift. And so we have a lot of work to do, but it's important work because this is our opportunity to make sure that we improve literacy outcomes for literacy. So we're thankful to the board that and all of our community members for pushing us to do better in literacy, and we know it's a huge lift. So we don't want to rush, but we want to do some work simultaneously as well. And we also will be working to look at how to align teacher preparation along with the professional learning that is provided. And so in closing, again, we are just very thankful to all the stakeholders for the input and your input. We are also, maybe we'll continue to do some roundtables. We've received emails. We have a stakeholder literacy advisory panel that has teacher representatives, advocate representatives, to really spend some more intimate time with Dr. Smith and I and the rest of the literacy team, digging into some of the comments and feedback, to think about timelines for aspects of the policy, what makes sense based on where we are with in Maryland, just to have some really robust and great dialogue and conversation. So that's pretty much what we'll be working on over the next few months. Okay. Ends our presentation.
And we are certainly open to any other questions or feedback that you may have. As once again, I just want to keep reiterating that this is draft. So there's not been any decisions made at this point. These are all just, as you can see, a very thorough look at what the research is saying, what other states are doing, and what really comprises a very strong policy. So we're open to your questions and feedback.
Wonderful, thank you. I want to lift for the public as well that given the outpouring of public engagement, our plan in August is to have a public comment portion specifically on literacy policy. so that stakeholders shall have the opportunity. We will have, it'll be a part of our regular meeting, so there will be limited in terms of the number of folks we'll be able to have speak, but we're excited to have that opportunity, and that we would no sooner than September would we begin considering adoption, but as was stated, in partnership with the superintendent and MSDE, we're going to take our time to be as deliberate as possible in getting this right as we move forward. I know that there are several board members. I think many have had the opportunity to dive deep into the policy itself, have specific questions, and we'll want to dive in. Let's go ahead and open it up to board members for questions. Oh, and Dr. Goldson.
Yeah, I had a quick question on, could you just reiterate for our public the ways that they can communicate their feedback, since we're continuing to receive feedback?
So feedback can be received via our webpage. They can email us at msdes.literacy@maryland.gov.
Can you repeat that again?
We will have that posted for additional feedback as well.
All right, let's open it up for questions. We'll start with Dr. Johnson, then Ms. McCusker, Mr. Greer, and Mr. Paul.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is around the data review cycle or the evaluation cycle. Is that included in the policy? We know that we're going to gather data, we're going to review our data, we have our plan of action, we have our implementation, but I'm not hearing about the evaluation part of that process in this policy.
Yes, ma'am. The evaluation, data-driven decisions are always embedded within the policy. The initial plan is to develop implementation guidance documents that will very clearly and succinctly spell out the process for using data to guide and develop instruction, intervention, and supports for students. It became clear that if we included everything that we wanted to include in a policy, that it would be hundreds of pages long, and to keep it succinct and clear and narrow in its focus, providing parameters in which for us to focus, instead of getting into the weeds, we would have like 2 to 3 documents. So we'd have the policy, which gives us the guide rails, and then we would have implementation guidance documents, which would be a lot more detailed, including guidance around the use of data-driven cycles for developing instruction.
I just feel that in education, many times we do really well with the other parts of data-driven decision-making, but the evaluation part seems to fall apart. And I just want to make sure that we have clear implementation of that, and also clear guidance documents around what's being useful in our policy and what's not being useful in our policy, so that we're not sticking with something that's not working for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you, and I know we've already had a chance to go through some of this in office hours, but I did want to lift a couple of things. First, when we finally get to the final document, I want us to be really intentional and careful in choosing assessments and materials that are user-friendly, are quick, are things that can be embedded in regular Tier 1 or Tier 2 instruction. I want us to be very clear that all of us are using similar or same assessments, so that we're looking at apples to apples across the state. I want to make sure that we are very intentional in our training, so that not only our teachers are well-versed in what's expected, not only in instruction, but also in assessment and in analyzing data, but also all educators in the building. Our education support professionals, our administrators need to know what the expectations are and how to support teachers. I want us to make sure that all of those pieces are in place. If we end up with assessments that add gigantic amounts of time, then we have to figure out where we're going to change. I want us to spend a little bit of time helping LEAs with the idea of master scheduling and how we build these supports into master schedules, so that we are also allowing for students to not only have great Tier 1 instruction, Tier 2 and Tier 3 when needed, but they can also access other things going on in the building or after school programs. So, and that takes some creative master scheduling, and I would love to know that we're supporting that.
Yes.
Because I don't think we want to take away opportunities from children because we haven't figured out how to get the master scheduling done. I was looking at some of the data in the appendix, and I would like to shine a light on the slide that says simulated impact of retention by MCAP score. Can we? I don't know what the number is. I just have a little number sign. I don't have an actual number. On mine, it's simulate. It might be. Keep going. 23. Is it 23? Yeah, mine doesn't have it. I don't know why. One more. One more. Yep, that one. That's it. So when I looked at these numbers, I was taken aback at the number of students that, by our current data, in our most in our historically underserved communities, would be affected by a retention policy. So, given this, I would like to know what our projected time frame is in implementing this policy, because I want to make sure that if we are looking at a mandatory retention policy, that we have all the supports in place and working before this percentage of because to me, this policy is going to do great things because we start in pre-K and we're assessing from the beginning, but we're not there yet, and I don't want us to put the cart before the horse. This is a massive impact on students, and I feel like if we do it too soon, before everything is in place, then we are doing something negative to students. Whereas if we give this piece of it some time to build everything else up, these numbers might be significantly different. So please talk to me about timeline.
So I'd like to preface, before I go into the timeline discussion, with saying that this is a simulation.
Right.
These cut score of 730 is not necessarily set by any type of psychometric types of analysis.
Right, and I get all of that, but if you do, and I would suspect no matter, we would still see these same disparities. The gap is there. We can't ignore the gap, and we know that when we do this, these are going to be the communities that are most affected. So what's our timeline in getting all the implementation in place before we might look at a major impact like this?
So we haven't, I can chime in here, explicitly said we need to implement this part of the policy right now. In all honesty, we haven't talked about a timeline because we needed to look at what all the feedback is first. Even as we look at what the final policy may flesh out to be, some of the conversations we had is sort of a staggered implementation depending on what the policy looks like. Because to your point, is where are we starting at right now in Maryland, right? What supports need to be in place, right, before this can be implemented? And so that's an ongoing conversation, all transparency. We haven't said the whole policy will be implemented starting this fall, right, or even next year. But we want to be strategic and thoughtful around what makes sense based on Maryland's current context. So I'm glad you raised that question, a question that we haven't said an answer to yet.
And I think that's a great answer to say that we're not sure yet, but I'm really glad that we're being thoughtful in implementation and not just thinking we're going to do it all, but we're going to make sure all supports are in place before we have major impacts.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McCusker. We're going to move on to Mr. Greer.
Hey, team. How are you? Good work pulling this together. The level of supports and early interventions, I think, is laudable, very important, very crucial. Playing off of Ms. McCusker's last point, if we ask the question, which is a question I think we should ask all the time when we're thinking about equity in policy, who loses if we enact this? The answer is going to overwhelmingly be Black and brown students. And so I think there's certainly, I'm not going to take away from what Ms. McCusker just said. I think absolutely there's more work to be done before we would ever move forward on something as broad sweeping or mandatory as a retention policy like this, without seeing that the interventions are going to help and seeing the runway and the timeline that it's going to take to make some of those changes. So that's my preamble. A few other things. I think that it's important not to hold our students accountable to our state's adults' misgivings or challenges to bring them up to speed, or to ensure that, to use President Michael's earlier words and intentions, that the students that we receive and come into our schools who are ready when they get there, that we are the stewards of their education, right? So I think that it's really important. A policy like this can look like it's holding kids accountable to learn how to read or to learn how to learn, when it's actually the adult's responsibility in this work. And I think that's, we've got to keep an eye on that. As a parent, I want to know as soon as practicably possible. I know we're saying a 2-week window here, so I'm digging in on specific elements of the policy overall out of my philosophy around this work. But I want to know as soon as practically possible that my child needs support. I want to know that. I know we say in writing, I want to have a meeting. I want to be brought into school. I want to know that this is a thing, that it is time, and I want to know as soon as you know, as a professional, there's working with my young person. And then I would expect the school has a plan. And I realize that this plan has teachers, parents, administrators together at the table to pull this together. As a parent, I don't want to come in being expected to know that I have to come in and advocate for my child, and being expected I have to come in with resources ready to go. I want to come in knowing that I'm in good hands, and that the educators and the professionals sitting across from me have a plan for my student and are ready, and they have a plan to engage me at home so that I can engage my learner at home. I think that's going to be the most crucial part of the parent involvement in this, is that the tools that I have seen that teachers give to parents too often don't meet a layperson standard. Too often don't provide practicable, clear resources for parents to use at home with their learners, and that's something that I would expect that this policy, that the actions that result as a part of this policy begin to happen across our LEAs. And then philosophically, where I started, I'm not a fan of retention, but I'm also not, two things are true. I'm also not a fan of schools and school leaders or anyone lying to our families or our children that they are ready to move forward. And so I'm looking for a both and style policy here that is going to allow our parents to be engaged and partners, our schools to be accountable to the learners that they have accepted, that they've brought in, that are eager and ready to learn, and a tool or a set of tools that are going to allow all of those professionals to be able, and parents to be able to support those learners to get there. That's it. Thank you.
Before we go on to Mr. Paul and a couple other comments, can you, Dr. Collins and Dr. Smith, draw out for us what parents can expect as we've written the policy now? To Mr. Greer's points, can you help us draw out in the policy in plain language what parents can expect under the process that you've proposed?
So parents can expect to be notified as soon as a reading issue is identified or a gap in learning is identified with a kiddo, as early as kindergarten. And so from our early screeners, we expect that the school would administer the screener as required currently by our Ready to Read Act, as then notify the parent ASAP that there may be an issue or there may be an underlying reading gap in learning, and so that the parents then would be asked to come into a meeting, and a plan or an individualized reading plan would be developed to support the child. The individualized reading plan would include the types of material that would be used to provide the intervention, what programming, when, how often. There would be an expectation of the LEA to provide, or the school to provide the parent with strategies, as well as tools and resources that they could use at home to support the kid. And I agree, it should be in layman's terms. It should be very easy, very accessible. We are working to develop those resources for parents as we speak. So we're working behind the scenes to develop the resources. Even if the policy is not implemented, we still want parents to have access to strategies and tools that they can use to support kids as they move forward.
And I was just going to add one of the gaps that we've uncovered, and I know this from being on the practitioner side, is with the Ready to Read Act and the language. It's not strong enough around parent notification partnership. So that's why we simultaneously were looking at COMAR, where we can strengthen that partnership. Oftentimes parents, they didn't know. They were not called into a meeting to have the discussion. On the flip side, though, in terms of resources and support, we are trying to develop the resources so that our LEAs don't have to do that. They don't have to create that lift, right? And that there can be consistency across the state. And what we're recommending or just putting together, say, here, use this, right? When you're at a meeting, this is your toolkit. This is your parent toolkit. Have this toolkit. I used to do this when I was a principal. Here's your parent toolkit. Let's explain to you what this is when you're coming in, right? So that it's truly a partnership and parents are walking away with something tangible, but we're helping them to be, have the knowledge and skills to have these conversations at the table and feel like they're partners. And so that is just a big commitment that we've also made in this work as we look at, parents being a partner and being notified sooner rather than later, and working with the LEAs to take a look at what are the gaps in the current way you notify families, and how can we help you to strengthen those as well.
Right.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the follow-up. I just want to reiterate that is exactly what I'd be looking for, and I would be I would be 100% more on board with a policy of this nature if we knew that was happening consistently in the state, and we knew that our adults were holding that same line that you all are speaking between the lines of the language of this proposed policy. That's the part that I think we need to work towards.
Thank you. Mr. Paul.
Let me commend the team for thinking about the most important problem and grappling with it really seriously. Really tremendous work so far. I had, and I want to also echo what some of the other board members have said about how, the point here is not that the third graders need a cudgel to get them to learn to read. Because in my experience, once you know how to read, reading is pretty good. So we just got to get them there. Two sort of factual questions, and then just one thing I was thinking about as I was reading the policy. Factual questions are, what do we know, what do we have already in terms of the regular screenings that are mentioned in the policy, the 3 times yearly? What does that already look like, or what is the vision there? The second thing is, in terms of the landscape of other states with some kind of specific retention policy tied to literacy, what does it look like? Are there any peer states or other states that have something explicit like this in the same way? And then the thing I was thinking about was just, there's going to be a band of students who are just north of whatever threshold we set for promotion, and the policy mentioned, the draft policy mentions continued supports for people who come through with a good cause exception, and I just had it on my heart that there's going to be a group of students who are promoted straight up, but who maybe would still benefit from some kind of additional, more intensive intervention there. So, no response needed there. It was something I was thinking about and wanted to put it on people's minds.
That's spot on. They will need they would need additional supports if they were promoted for good cause. Currently, the landscape of the state of Maryland is that we administer screeners as required by the Ready to Read Act. If I'm not mistaken, it's twice a year? Is it twice a year? I think it's twice a year. Our big issue, maybe three times a year. Our big issue is that it's not necessarily required for all students. So if they administer a screener, one example that I've been given is they administer a screener in kindergarten or first grade, the kiddo scores well, they don't have to administer that screener again. So if the kid develops a gap in the learning as they matriculate through first and second grade, they don't have to have that screener again. The common sense perspective would say that I would administer it anyway because I want to know where my kids are. But some, because it's not required, because of cost, because of certain things, some districts may opt. And I'm not saying some do this, but I'm giving you an example. Some districts may opt not to administer it again because it's not required. The language is very, like Dr. Collins said, is weak. So we want to make sure that we are providing them with LEAs with guidance around when and how you should administer a screener. Our literacy advisory panel will be reevaluating the screeners that are currently on an approved list so that we can bring back to the board for approval of a new screener list. I think it's been, 5 years? And so it's time to reevaluate and look at the screeners that are out there and available for use in the LEAs.
It is 3 times a year. What also happens is within the first 2 months, the LEAs have to create a screening schedule. And then to make sure that the schedule, students are not being pulled out of, core instruction. And then they have to provide specific supplemental supports. They have to communicate to the parents what those supplemental supports are. And they also have to provide staff with professional learning on the screening instruments that are selected, as well as how to support students that are having reading difficulties. So those are some of the other requirements that are there, but we can strengthen them based on what we're seeing in other states and be clear, right, about what the expectations are and work with our LEAs to be clear as well.
I can say that we have done helped guide LEAs in doing an assessment inventory so that they are looking at what they are administering to children so that there may be some duplicative assessments that they're giving or, giving students. Maybe they could refine and rethink what they're administering to ensure that you're not over-assessing kids, but also have the best screening tool, best tool that's possible for a particular grade level.
One more thing, can I add, Dr. Michael?
Go ahead.
Is the other benefit that we have right now is, if you recall, all of our LEAs have submitted their comprehensive literacy plans, and we have the partnership with Mile, who's done those reviews, and we've completed their reviews. And so the rubric that was used to review those plans, a lot of the work that our LEAs have been doing to develop those plans, it wasn't just put it down on paper. It's aligned to a lot of what we're expecting to see in a comprehensive literacy plan in the state. And so a lot of this work has been ongoing and very thoughtful through our LEAs. So I just wanted to call that out because I think that is very important to acknowledge the work that the LEAs have been doing prior to the board putting a stake in the ground, but even after that, our LEAs have been deeply engaged and grounded. Yes. And so this is aligned with the expectations and initiatives in the blueprint. So kudos to our LEAs. I just can't say that enough. They've been working really hard. So.
Thank you. Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. I first want to say thank you for all of the work that you all have done and for the input that you're receiving to help to modify the existing policy. A couple of things. My colleague mentioned around having a list of which screeners are being used. It would be helpful to have it by LEA and the frequency of the use of those screeners and the number of students for each of those iterations.
that will help us to know whether students are being tested again to determine improvement, or if they're only testing students who are low achieving. I also want to, when we brought up data on slide 24, just caution our public of looking at these data points and saying that this is what would happen tomorrow, because it's set solely on just a cut score on MCAP, when really what we would be looking at are implementation of a variety of strategies prior to us looking at full retention. Which then brings me to the points that both of my colleagues mentioned around a phased-in approach of the implementation process that'll allow us to collect LEA data while layering support for teachers, students, and parents as we approach full retention and not necessarily just going head-on. All right, thank you.
Great. Dr. Mila McCarthy.
Hi. Thank you for your work on this. You have received a lot of my feedback. Don't laugh. But I do want to reiterate how I am not aligned with a retention policy. And so you mentioned some research. I would like to have copies of that research, because there's research and there's research, and you can prove anything you want with statistics. So I would like to read that research. Having worked with children who are often slated for retention, and when given the appropriate instruction in their grade that is specialized to their needs, these children meet grade level and beyond. And so I do worry about this. I worry about our children in poverty. I worry about our children who are Black and brown, and the children in poverty whose parents maybe don't have the savvy to work as a partner with schools. So I proceed with caution, and I'm saying that I don't know if I can be in support of this. I need some more to be in support of this, and I mean a lot more. So I need to say that. Have you checked the National Association of School Psychologists on their research on retention? I think pretty much they are not in favor of retention for so many reasons. So I think that's something that we should consider. I also would like to say that as part of the policy, there is conversation in there about MTSS, multi-tiered systems of supports. In 2004, with the reauthorization of the Individuals with Disabilities Act, it was cited as a way to help children improve and not necessarily refer children to special education. And in the 20 years since that was implemented, we still have not figured it out. So to include this in a policy is important, but it will only be effective if we have guidelines based on research for how to implement good MTSS. The other thing is, and I know that it's been covered in the draft policy, it talks about K-3 children. There are children across the board. I get applications for children in 6th grade who read on a 2nd grade level, and parents either didn't know or were told that they're making progress. So I say that we need to not stop at 3rd grade, that children who struggle reading should receive the screening or the assessment and then the appropriate intervention. So to extend it beyond the K-3. I understand reading by 9 was a big push several years ago, but we haven't figured that out yet. So it's got to extend beyond grade 3. I also want to say that as we talk about our children in poverty, our stats for the children, their achievement outcomes are not good. And so I don't know if the department has really looked at the reasons why. There's neuroscience, there's science on language, there's science on executive functioning. There's a lot of science coming out that helps explain why children in poverty don't achieve. And so I would love for us to be able to look at that science and say, what kind of supports do we need to be putting in pre-K work? So that when those children come to the reading table in kindergarten, they're set up for success. So I would like to mention that. And then there was one other little minute piece that said for children who are not struggling any kind of, and I'm misquoting here, that they don't necessarily have to have explicit strategic instruction. There's something in there that made me say, all children need structured literacy. I'm misquoting it, I know, but I just want to make it clear that the science of reading really looks at not just structured literacy for decoding and encoding.
It was 3Qing.
Okay, 3Qing, thank you. But also, you know, the science behind how children comprehend language, and undergirding that is how children understand oral language. So, so those are just some of the big picture ideas I have. I want to thank you for the work, but I think we have a lot more work to do.
Yes.
And I look forward to being a partner with you in this work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mila McCarthy. We're going to head to Mr. Crawford.
I'm going to just make a rhetorical point. All of what my colleagues have said are absolutely correct. My question and my point is around capacity. You're being asked to do reasonable additional work. And I think one of the things that we just need to look at within the department is the capacity to be able to fulfill those expectations. So I just want to just put that out on the table as something that we need to look at to make sure that we have the ability to fulfill these commitments.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Dr. Getty?
Hello. I just want to add some comments and state again some concerns about retention as being part of the overall literacy policy. I have a 41-year career as a classroom teacher. 35 years were in pre-K and kindergarten, and at no time in my career was retention an option in order to increase student achievement. There were so many other things to put in place and do for children, and retention was never an option. Based on the research available at the time, the last time I looked at research was during my doctoral program, and the research was considered old. And the reason it was considered old was because it was not a controversial subject. It was considered clear-cut. And therefore, if the body of research came out in the 80s and 90s, it wasn't duplicated in the early 2000s because educators considered it not a viable option. It was harmful to children. So that's my perspective that I'm coming from my own experience. I don't consider it on the list of best practice in literacy. And when I look at a study like Indiana on your slide, the word that sticks out the most is remediation. So I would hate new research to get mixed up with the effect of retention as opposed to a student being retained and therefore qualify for retention and interventions. So we have to be very clear what's resulting in increased achievement. Is it the act of the retention, or is it the act of the school system responding to the need of the student? So that's where I'm going to start. I'm going to give 5 points of just random thoughts. One is affordability. When I look at the LEAs at this point in time implementing Blueprint, this policy of retention would wreak havoc on the LEAs. I don't think we have the space in the state of Maryland, and I do not believe we have the teachers in the state of Maryland to have a mass of students repeating third grade. From your own slides, as much as 69%. We would never retain 69%, but I don't know what to put in the X percent of students that would be affected by this policy. The other thing, just as a practical standpoint, when you are a teacher in a classroom, you have a 12-month range of age in your classroom. And so when you are a pre-K teacher, that's a 25% variation in child development characteristics. When you're a kindergarten teacher, it's 12 months out of 60, that's a 20% range of developmental characteristics. And my belief has always been that teachers need to be better prepared for the range of characteristics that are coming into their classroom. When you retain a student, you are increasing that range of age to 24 months, and that has got to be very, very difficult for the student, difficult for the teacher, and difficult for the peer group. And so I don't take that lightly, that we increase the difficulty for the teacher then to respond to the individual needs of students. I think that's me being common sense and pragmatic at the teacher level. The other thing is I understand a policy that puts people on notice, the administrators, the teachers, the parents, and the students. But the fact of retention is it falls on the student. The student is to correct the problem, but the administrator, the teacher, and the parents walk away life no different. And I think that is going to lead to less graduation rates, higher dropout rates, and an increase in suspensions. And I think we have to be very, very careful as we tread down a road of a policy that includes retention. I think that it would be difficult to find research that puts a third grader retained and puts them on grade level the following year. I just don't believe that they go on grade level. I think it's also contradictory to the intention of Blueprint. The Blueprint strategically addresses the gap of achievement in children of poverty, children with IEPs, and children of English as a second language. And I cannot see the state board doing anything contradictory to those policies that are trying to strategically address achievement for those children groups. My fifth point is that when you have a third grader not reading on grade level, my bet is that they were not on grade level at the end of pre-K, the end of kindergarten, the end of first, and the end of second. That's 4 prior years that the interventions and the supports should have been put in place if we are truly serious about correcting these student groups to be on grade level. I would consider third grade to be, the consequence of retention would be too much, too late. And so I would oppose it on that reason. Instead, we need to concentrate on the pre-K, K, and 1 support systems, and as Mr. Greer said, truly dive in to the help that the parents can give. The parents are willing and able to be active participants if we give them the information that they need. The fact that they don't know how to help their children is based on the public school failing them as a support system and also not informing them. I would also like to suggest for a certain group of students, I'd be curious as to their progress, like on a timeline, not just third grade, not proficient. So I would echo Dr. Melly McCarthy in not supporting retention as a part of a statewide policy on literacy. And I would suggest that retention as a policy belongs to the LEAs. It is a very, very serious issue, and only an LEA can determine whether or not they want it to be part of their literacy policy. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Getty. I'm going to now call on Dr. Johnson.
I hope I'm not getting too much in the weeds in this, okay? But we did hear the individuals from the Reading League mention digital print. So much of the information is communicated through the use of pictures, images, graphic, and typographic variations. How does the literacy plan ensure instruction in digital print?
I think it's important to note that the part of the literacy policy includes the access to high-quality instructional material. Many of the HQIM already have embedded within them aligned supplemental programming such that are digitally based, right? Such as Newsela, Discovery, Homer for K through 2, Newsomatic, which bridges the social studies components. So those digital components offer access to children, access to material that is digital in nature, as well as providing them with structures in which to unpack that information. So they'll have like readers, screen readers, or they'll have the bouncing ball, or it will highlight as a kid reads. And again, most of the ones that I've named are aligned to the HQIM many of the LEAs have adopted in the state of Maryland. They provide the content link to what they're reading, and that's aligned to the fictional component. So the nonfiction with the fiction. And some of them have the fiction component as well.
So we're going to address it through the materials, and we're not going to address it in the policy at all.
The
guidance document and the materials that we
Right.
recommend to our LEAs.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Other questions, comments? Mr. Godam.
Thank you for presenting this to us. I think it's clear that a lot of time, energy, and effort has been put into this. I just have a few comments to add, and I'd like to echo Dr. Melanie McCarthy and Ms. Getty about the concerns about retention. I think based on the research provided here, which I too am pretty skeptical of, that a student, their literacy through the retention will be profoundly improved after that year. I'm honestly skeptical about that, because even regarding their literacy, I think their mental health is also something to take into huge consideration. Being held back for 1 year and losing out on experiences that seeing that the rest of the peers and the people they've grown up with are moving on without them, I think could have significant discouragement to the student and add that. Not to mention that it's really hard for them to make it back up, as Ms. Getty was saying, in 1 year. It would follow them for the rest of their life. And that one thing about in third grade, being held back, I think would be honestly a really big action that I'm not sure about.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Godam. Any responses? Oh, Ms. Chang?
Yeah, thank you so much for your hard work on drafting this policy. I know there are a lot of comments. I jot down a couple of things. I kind of feel the board members' comments on various things. But I'm thinking we already are kind of in the stage of very high mental crisis for our students, and add on to another layers and put a lot of pressures on the students, even from the young age, that the social, emotional kind of impact, I think that could be some negative impact. And I also learned some other states that used to have the literacy as a kind of passing or retention of their policy. Some of them withdrew that. That's why I would say, can we kind of look at what caused that? Or could it be some kind of initiative or something that can help, that find a better way to do that we can get around without such of negative impact? And again, echo some of our peers that the 1 year or whatever that time lost with their peers, the time has passed, and they never get those time back themselves into their life. Yeah, and I would say that would be a big loss. And scheduling would be another challenges for the administrators too. that last time I asked a question, say, yeah, the students have the part of their curriculum need to be retention 1 year back, but the other subjects kind of move forward. Yeah, that would add on to a lot of headache in the scheduling issues that in the future, I would say, that we probably can look into that. And I do believe they currently have already exist like Children USA. Those programs can kind of push out and starting from the very young, from K through the second grade, that those 3 years that the system can work with the students, being identified early enough to prevent this happening, and not make this as a big kind of hollow to the students and their parents too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Just two final questions. The first is more rhetorical. If I am a Marylander right now, and I'm looking at us investing more in public education for the blueprint, through the blueprint for Maryland's future, and generally am supportive of investing in public schools, and this is considered an unfunded mandate, what are we putting money towards? And so it's a question for us, Dr. Wright, of us working with our partners at AIB and in the legislature to ensure that as much of our investments are hitting the core work of schools. Because this early literacy and then math, attendance, and college and career readiness, we'll start in that order. That's how we're going to measure whether these investments are paying off. And so we've got to figure out how there's going to be some of it that's realignment in schools, but how is it we're increasing investments in public schools, but this is not what we're doing. We need to get that right, and we need to help communicate, because there will be dissonance there in the public of how are we increasing investments, but this core work is not being funded. The second is, I'd say at our level, one of my greatest concerns from an accountability perspective is that we don't really get a clue on how our students are doing in early literacy until it's too late at the end of third grade. So those are the data points that we have as a board. And so my question to you is, how in this policy and what further options do we have at the state level to get view into how students are doing early on, as early as K, 1, 2 in early literacy? How will this pre-K, right? We have kindergarten readiness, but between kindergarten readiness and third grade, how can we ramp up the assessment and accountability? What options do we have, and what does this policy do so that we have view into what's going on at the district and school level? And not only us, but the public has transparency into that. So any thoughts that you have, welcome.
I can talk.
Did you want us to respond now, or just to put it? Oh, okay, go ahead.
So my initial thoughts, some of what we talked about already amongst our team, is the alignment to the assessment task force that Dr. Wright has started. And also, if you think back to the last board meeting where Mr. Sanderson and Rachel Heiss presented the metrics, I think what's going to be really helpful for us at MSD and the board is when we are asking our LEAs to develop their metrics and then drill down to the school level metrics. There'll be a lot more transparency. I also think it'll still be important to look at multiple measures, and as we look at specific metrics, like what are the systems that our LEAs are using, the databases to monitor, right? Regardless of the structure, like there may be a way where the state has a way to build an infrastructure. This is what Mr. Sanderson and I talked about, where we're getting data and it's apples to apples, regardless of what we're looking at. And so that is something as a part of this policy, I think to your point, will give us a better bird's eye view. With also being cautious of it's not a hammer, it's a way for us to do also an analysis of where we see LEAs have some really good bright spots, where do we see that our students are not making progress, where can we lean in more heavily, allow us to ask more questions and be more data informed. So that is some of our initial thinking is, I think the task force, the metrics, aligning all the metrics so we're moving in the right direction is all going to be helpful. And I mean, that's why we feel this is timely, a very timely discussion, It's just like all the stars are coming together.
I do believe, to your point, that the need for a common assessment starting in pre-K through grade 3 would be huge across the entire state. Because then you're really, rather than collecting, this district does this one and this one does this one, because there's really no way for comparability to be seen from one assessment to another, to another, to another. So it is our hope that we can build in a way to develop a common assessment and a common set of screening tools, so that we're looking across the entire state, because it also is going to drive our decision making and our ability to think, where do we put our resources, where do we deploy our staff, how do we develop additional professional development that may be needed across the state. But having that landscape, having been on the receiving end of that for 9 years, I can tell you it makes a huge difference, because then you're able to really triage in a better way those districts that are struggling and those schools that are struggling more than others.
Well, and that helps at the school system level, but that type of consistency also centers children and families. So when a family moves from Prince George's County to Charles County, that the assessment doesn't change.
Right.
That we're really able to speak a common language. I saw an additional hand, Ms. McCusker, and then Mr. Crawford.
And I'm sure that when we move in that direction, if we move in that direction, that it will be an embedded assessment and instruction. It will not be a standardized sit down. I whenever we say the word common assessment, everybody thinks of that major testing event like MCAP, right? And that is, I hope, not in any way, shape, or form what we're thinking. That we are thinking more of instruction embedded in assessment that is formative as well as summative, that teachers can use in real time and as part of their regular instruction.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. You want teachers to see its viability in how then do I change my instruction. Based on the information that I have about these individual children in my classroom, how do I change instruction to better meet their needs?
Right.
So, and it's got to be developmentally appropriate.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, just,
Good point.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford.
Again, back to resources. One of the ways you find out what's really important is you look at where people are spending their money.
Yes.
If this is important, and we have finite resources, so we're not going to, all of the economic projections state that the state's not going to receive billions of additional tax dollar revenue over the next few years, then part of this conversation has to look at a realistic conversation around reallocating resources to the things that matter the most. That's going to be a very uncomfortable conversation, but if we don't do that, we're just doing a peanut butter spread. At the end of the day, we'll have put all this work in, we didn't have the resources to do it well, and at the end of the day, we'll have very mixed results. If we're going to do it well, and if that means we have to have uncomfortable conversations about reallocations of resources around what really matters, then let's have them.
All right, thank you. Oh, Dr. Getty.
I agree with Mr. Crawford about resources. I would like a policy that was written instead of third grade's the deadline and then there's a consequence, that we somehow encourage the resources to go lower and lower in the experience of the children. For instance, class size could be smaller in kindergarten. The training must be robust for a kindergarten teacher to understand how to teach the science of reading, but how to pull along the kids who aren't quite ready to do it anyway, because there are no excuses. Interventions need to start in kindergarten, not wait till failure in third grade. If I had an assistant for 1 hour a day in kindergarten, I would put it in the literacy block, and that needs to happen across the state of Maryland, because it is a complex a task for a teacher to teach reading and writing to 20-some kindergarten kids. And also, somehow, can we please tie the evaluation of teachers to who is in the classroom? Because if we create a state of Maryland that says kindergarten is the most important grade to get children off on the right foot. We will not have kindergarten teachers who habitually have lowest readers or non-readers in the school. We will expect them to be good at their job and to pull along every child. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Smith, Dr. Collins, not only for your excellent presentation, but for engaging us in dialogue for quite an extended period of time. We're preparing. We're going to go down, take a break for lunch. We will return at 1:30 at the conclusion of our break for our afternoon agenda. Thank you. All right. Excellent. All right, so we're, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We would like to begin the afternoon portion of our agenda with recognition of Maryland's National Civics Bee finalists. We are pleased to welcome our partners from the Maryland Chamber of Commerce today to share more about the Civics Bee program, introduce the 3 finalists we have with us. I'd like to now invite Whitney Harmel, the Executive Vice President of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, to give the board an overview of the National Civics Bee competition and to welcome the finalists to share their winning essays with us. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you again. This is year 3, so I see some familiar faces. Mr. Crawford, thank you again for having us. As stated, my name is Whitney Harmel. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. I also have the pleasure of being the Executive Director of the Maryland Chamber Foundation, where we really prioritize education and workforce development. So we love the relationship that we have with MSDE. I'm just excited to share more about the Civics Bee with you. It's a program that was established by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, as well as the Civic Trust. And this is really all about a nonpartisan initiative around education and civics. And we were one of 6 chambers only 2 years ago to pilot this program nationally. I'm really excited to share in year 3 that we are now expanding to 29 states and 130 chambers across the country, with the hope that all 50 states will have a student representative to share in the civic engagement. And this is the first year that our winning student will go to the actual National Civics Bee. You'll get to meet her in just a moment. She will be representing the state of Maryland in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday, November 12th. So very exciting. So there might be an invitation coming your way to come support Gianna because it is in our backyard and we're just really excited about it. And so I would like to introduce Gianna first. She is an amazing young woman. I will also share with you that she is the only student that has participated all 3 years. And she has come in first place the last 2 years, including this year. So I'm going to invite Gianna to come join me. So come on up, Gianna.
Hi, my name is Gianna, and my essay topic was about how to mitigate extreme grocery inflation. So in early 2020, my family was able to purchase eggs from Lidl for 79 cents a dozen, but in 2023, eggs cost over $5 a dozen, which was a 533% increase. So that really shows how much the prices rose over a span of 3 years. I propose to reduce food prices through a 2-step approach, increase food supply by encouraging agriculture, then decrease the consumer demand through food donations. Based on the law of supply and demand, this will cause market prices to drop. I also propose to start a Waste Not, Want Not program to collect, then donate stores' surplus food. This will immediately help families in need as prices will not immediately drop. The government can help by subsidizing farming equipment, making land available through leases, and issuing tax breaks for stores who take part in the Waste Not, Want Not program. But more importantly, I believe that citizens need to step up to implement my ideas. They should participate in food redistribution programs and partner with Maryland agricultural organizations to promote local agricultural initiatives like homesteading and community gardens. In conclusion, we need to band together to protect our inalienable right to life by promoting local agriculture and taking initiative to help others in need. This topic is very important to me because food is an essential part of life for everybody, and it needs to be affordable for large families like mine. I think that civic engagement is critical because citizens need to actively participate in government to protect their rights. I think this 1941 quote from Judge Learned Hand really encompasses this concept. I often wondered whether we do not rest our hopes too much upon constitutions, upon laws, and upon courts. These are false hopes. Believe me, these are false hopes. Liberty lives in the hearts of men and women. When it dies there, no constitution, no law, no court can save it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gianna. So she will be representing the state of Maryland on November 12th at the National Civics Bee, and she just did a beautiful job writing her essay this year. So thank you so much, Gianna. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I should point out that each student across the country was able to write a 500-word essay on a civic issue that's important to them. So for Gianna and her large family, this was a really important issue. For my next friend, Mira Dada, Mira, if you want to come up, she wrote about something completely different, and so she's going to share that with you today. So if you want to introduce yourself and talk about your essay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mira Dada, and I'm from Frederick County. My essay was about mental health, especially that of teenagers. In general, I'm sure that you would all agree that locating a nearby gym is much easier than finding a mental health facility. This highlights a societal focus on physical well-being and an unconscious neglect for mental health. In my own school, I have witnessed classmates battling anxiety and depression. Statistics show that 1 in 3 U.S. teenagers experience anxiety, yet mental health conditions are often dismissed as a character flaw. Many families struggle to afford therapy. We need to advocate for income-based fees to make mental health resources available to all, building on the progress started by the Affordable Care Act and the Mental Health Parity Act. 4. Open conversations about mental health are crucial to shatter the stigma which surrounds it. The First Amendment protects these discussions, and the Americans with Disabilities Act fights discrimination against mental illness. 5. Increasing funding for counselors and developing new wellness programs that address modern issues like social media are crucial. In this day and age, many human interactions have been replaced by computers, contributing to general feelings of loneliness in many. We also need to address the potential strain on counselors due to increased responsibilities and teacher-to-student ratios. Promoting organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the Frederick County Mental Health Association also help tackle the stigma surrounding mental health and provide financial support for these programs. Lastly, parents play a vital role in recognizing mental health struggles and encouraging their children to seek help. In addition to professional support, we should encourage parents to promote self-care strategies like mindfulness and healthy habits. Such strategies could also be non-intrusively introduced to students at schools. Civic engagement is the foundation of our democracy, and it is important for everybody, especially youth. Civics are relevant to everyone, no matter your age or financial status. Many people, especially teenagers, are full of ideas for change, but turning those ideas into reality takes getting involved in one's community. Whether it's volunteering at a local shelter, fighting for a new recycling program, or simply being aware of one's rights, active citizens help our communities in countless ways. An engaged society fosters a sense of connectiveness, uniting a diverse community with shared goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mira. Thanks. So I want to point out that this particular program is open to all students in middle school. So regardless of their public or private school, homeschool or charter school, and we're actually expanding it next year. So instead of just 5 chambers in the state and the state chamber participating, we now have 7. So many of your communities and any child within any school district can write an essay to any of the chambers of commerce to apply. So even if your local chamber does not have a program, a student from anywhere in the state can participate. So Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our final young man, final student, Gavin Gracie. If you want to come on up, Gavin. Gavin, if you would introduce yourself and talk about your essay.
Good afternoon. My name is Gavin Gracie, and I come from Baltimore County. Last year, I researched and wrote about juvenile crime laws in Maryland, and this topic was inspired by the news, where I've seen a lot of attention placed in the hands of juvenile crime. Through reading and researching, the main civics principle that I discussed in my essay is whether children should be held to the same consequences as adults. Specifically, is treating children as adults a violation of the Eighth Amendment, which guarantees protection from cruel and unusual punishment. Maryland Bill 691 generally says that children under 13 cannot be charged with most crimes. This has caused communities and businesses to struggle with consequences when kids commit these crimes. My proposed solution was to create more mentorship programs modeled after the successful Police Athletic League, which has data to support decreasing crime over time with kids. My topic was important to me because I'm 13, and I make mistakes, and I break rules sometimes, but I'm learning too. My dad is a small business owner too. I can see both perspectives, the public and the kid's opinion. And the importance of civic engagement can be seen by turning on the television or browsing the internet. Engagement implies a give and a take, something that is missing from our leaders right now. A lot of talking and a lot of certitude, but not a lot of curiosity or compassion. And I would like to end with a quote from Walt Whitman that says, "Be curious, not judgmental."
Thank you very much, Gavin. Appreciate it. Are there any questions for the students? I'm not sure if we have time, but I think the students would welcome them if you have them.
Any questions? Well, join me in giving one final round of applause for all three of our students. And want to thank you again in the Chamber for your partnership in this work. And we'll ask students to join us one at a time for a picture in the center, and then we'll have everybody join for a final picture. So let's go ahead and.
Smile. Look, can we scooch in on this end, actually? Excellent. All right, everybody look at the camera lens. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's a lot. You're welcome. Parent here? Yeah. Parent? Mom? Mom? Did you want to come in? Oh, yeah, come on. You should be in this picture too. You definitely should be in this picture. All right. One more time. Everybody look at the camera. Excellent. Thank you so much. Very good. Congratulations. Mira. Do you have family here? Oh, yeah. There you
No, it's okay. It's all about me. You did all the work. I drove him here.
Everybody look at the camera. Excellent, thank you so much. Oh, we need everyone.
I know your picture's
No,
gonna
come
be
on in,
so much
come on,
better.
come on in.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We are now going to move on to our state superintendent's update, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright.
All right, very good, thank you. Well, let me start by welcoming our new student member. Abby, it's so nice to have you here. We're looking forward to your participation. Student voice matters, and so we're looking forward to having you participate very actively while you're here.
Thank you. It's really exciting being here for my first board meeting.
Good, perfect. The next update I have is around the Enough Act. As you all know, this is Governor Moore's initiative to end child poverty and create safer and stronger and more prosperous neighborhoods. We are a partner in this, just so you know. I serve on the Children's Cabinet, which is part of the Governor's Office for Children. Not only do we meet monthly, but I work very closely with the Secretary, Carmel Martin, who is overseeing that work, and she leads the Governor's Office. What's important for us to know is that applications for those funds under the Enough Act are now released as of July 1. So I want to encourage schools to join partnerships to apply for the Enough Act grants. The partnerships must include one community-based nonprofit, one local government entity, and one local public school. These grants aim to promote social and emotional well-being, reduce food insecurity, combat youth homelessness, expand access to health services, improve education outcomes and job readiness, and increase economic opportunity. So all of the details from schools that want to join this and apply for those grants, all that information is on our website. Our special ed work group is continuing to meet. We've been meeting monthly. There is an interim report that we have turned over to AIB for their review first. We are currently working on prioritizing all of the recommendations and then developing what that fall schedule of meetings is going to look like. This is a big lift, and if you take a look, once you get a copy of this, you'll see how big a lift this really is. But it is so needed for all the students across the state who have disabilities, which is about 125,000 in grades K through 12. That final report is going to be coming to you in December. We have also formed the Education to Stop the Hate Committee, who's been charged with examining our social studies standards and curriculum through this lens of diversity and equity. We've got numerous applications after promoting it through our digital platforms. The committee that's selected is very diverse. It is educators, parents, citizens from across the state. There are 2 committee co-chairs, Howard Libet, who's the executive director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, and Peter Ramsey, who is our director for social studies here at MDE. They held their first meeting on the 18th of June. The next meeting is this week on the 25th. And just to let everybody know and the public know, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for input into their work. We are focusing on math, not just literacy, so I want to give you a quick math update. What we're going to be bringing to you is starting in the early grades through grade 12, because I think, and I think our conversations around literacy speak to this as well. We need to start early with a foundation in math, just like we need to start early with a foundation in literacy. We are looking right now at all of the COMAR regs that are out there to make sure any of the changes that we need to make, and also what is going to be needed to change math instruction across our state. Launch Years is still continuing. That we're going to be bringing to you as well, talking about creating advanced math pathways from high school through post-secondary and into the workplace, and those recommendations should be coming to you within the next 2 months. We've been out talking a lot about what our priorities are here at the department and the board's priorities. I have been through media interviews and speaking engagements. I had a radio interview with WYPR on the record, and an interview with Senator Cheryl Kagan. She has a podcast called Kibitzing with Kagan. So that was a lot of fun. And our state literacy director, Dr. Tinette Smith, has been interviewed by Fox 45, the Baltimore Sun, the Baltimore Banner, and other outlets. I did 2 presentations, 2 statewide conferences, one at the Maryland Pupil Transportation Conference in Salisbury, and really talking about the importance of these people in transporting our children each day and making sure that they get to school safe and sound, and the importance of their work in doing that. And also the Prepare School Safety Conference. These are people that work to create safe and secure learning environments for all of our children. And these attendees included law enforcement, school resource officers, mental health practitioners, student services professionals, and district and school administrators. So all focused on cybersecurity, the things that they can be doing and taking back and making their schools a lot safer for children and families and teachers. Dr. Michael, Zach Hans, Alex Reese, and Akila Aline and I attended the Education Commission of the State's National Forum on Education Policy in DC. This event brings together state education policy leaders across the state. Education Commission of the States is an organization that we belong to. They're really more the policy-focused organization of the two. The Council of Chief State School Officers that we also belong to, they deal a bit more in the implementation work of what's happening actually out in the schools and on the ground. I attended sessions on not only literacy, but on the accountability systems. There were states that were doing a presentation on what they were looking at with their accountability systems and how they had modified those over the years. And so since our assessment and accountability task force is working, this gave me a chance to hear what other states are doing as well. And also a presentation on Teach AI, which is an initiative to help educators teach with and about AI. And the presenter, Pat Young-Pradit, who is the Chief Academic Officer at Code.org, did the presentation. He taught for almost 12 years in Montgomery County, and he is coming to our state board meeting next month. So you'll hear from him and what we're going to be doing around coding. And we are going to hear an update. I don't know where we are. Is Mark Bedell keyed up, IT people? Mark?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good. Well, then, all right. So, unfortunately, Mark got cut out of public comment, so I said I'll yield my 2 to 3 minutes to Mark. So, Mark, welcome back. He's been out of the country, so it's good to see you, my friend. And he's going to bring you an update from PZAM. Mark.
All right, good to see you. Thank you all for having me here today. I want to start off by congratulating President Dr. Michael, Vice President Golston, in your new leadership roles, members of the State Board of Education. Extend greetings to you from Anne Arundel County, and of course, Dr. Wright, for giving us this opportunity to provide some updates to you. You're absolutely right. I just returned back from South Africa, and it was eye-opening. I had an opportunity to visit a school while I was there, and took a number of pictures, some of what I plan to share with our staff as we get ready to have our opening conversations around the direction we want to head in this year. But what I wanted to share with you all was just this, I think sometimes it takes for us to get out and to have to experience things to get a different perspective. And when I went and visited that school, I thought about resource allocation, how the government was supporting schools there in that area that we were visiting, the lack of significant supports like the things that we have here, whether it's the availability of grants, the amenities to be in air-conditioned rooms, bathrooms that are functioning. What I saw there in the school that we visited was a classroom with 67 students in there, one teacher. They crossed multiple grade levels at the younger ages to middle school. I also saw that there were no discipline problems because there is a value there on education. The most disruption that I saw was when my 13-year-old and my 21-year-old daughter walked into the room and those boys went a little crazy. Outside of that, I saw no cell phones. I didn't see things that were deemed as distractors. And I think sometimes we take things for granted here in the United States. We complain that if we have a classroom that might have more than 30 kids, that we can't do our jobs. When I asked that teacher what was her roster, she told me that 8 students were absent. So we're talking about a class of 75 students, and these people are having to do what they have to do to try to give these kids some opportunity to see a better day. And I think for us here in the United States, you know, we have a lot to be thankful for. We have a long way to go. But I think the work that we're trying to do in this state is some of the most noble work. Part of the reason why I came here was because of a lot of what Blueprint had called for. And I want to just give you a couple of updates on where we are here in Anne Arundel County. We just launched our strategic plan. It's called Belong, Grow, and Succeed. We have a 16-word vision. It's simple. Anne Arundel County Public Schools is a school community where everyone can belong, grow, and succeed. We intentionally wanted to make sure that we had an alignment, as you can see here, with Blueprint, because we wanted to make sure that we're implementing this law to the best of our abilities. I've gone on record and I've spoken a number of times about the good that I've seen in this. I've also spoken about some of the flaws. And I think that there is a commitment, I think, by legislators and also by you all on the state board and the administration there under Dr. Wright's watch, that we have to continue to have conversations to ensure that we're implementing this law to the highest degree possible. But in order to do this, it also requires that we have to be bold and we have to start looking at doing things differently. And on Wednesday, I gave the school board an update on our staffing situation here in Anne Arundel County. It was dismal 2 years ago when I started. 72 bus driver vacancies. As of this past Wednesday, we have 0 bus driver vacancies. And the reason why is because we were able to innovate. Something that has been very difficult to do as we try to push legislation through to kind of help us allow for us to be able to implement Blueprint and to be able to do it where we have some flexibility. So one of my asks, and I know we've had support from colleagues in PZAM, we've had support from MABE, I believe we've even had support from the state board, is how do we continue to push innovation in a way where it's not a threat to elected officials? We don't politicize things that have an opportunity to do good for our state. Our data tells us clearly that we've fallen as a state, and we have a responsibility to start to look at doing things differently. I've had an opportunity to sit down and talk to board chair Dr. Joshua Michaels recently about this 180-day legislation. And we're going into year 3 of this. I feel like we should be able to get this through this year and not let political division get in the way of it, because I think that's what happened last year. There was a lot of support, but there were some political things that got in the way. So I would love to be able to continue to work with all of you to figure out how we can move through on that. The other thing that a lot of districts are focusing on is cell phone regulation. As you all know, there's a movement that's taking place across the country with cell phones. And so in Anne Arundel County, we're getting ready to tighten up on our regulations because it is a distractor. There's significant research out there that is telling us the damage that cell phones are doing to our students, especially during instructional time. And we know that there's a lot of support here from our delegation, support from the county executive's office, support from the county council and the city of Annapolis council. But we would love to continue to have more support, because I think you will see a lot of school districts are moving to become a little bit tighter on that so that we can get back to the focus of teaching and learning. Lastly, I just want to say we are excited. We're moving now to becoming a science of reading school district. We were one of two that hadn't moved in that direction. We start this year with Amplified Core Knowledge Language Arts program for kids in K through 5. And so this all will coincide with the launch of our strategic plan. We've already moved on math. We are getting ready to start year 2 of our Math Reveal curriculum. And so I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you all, continuing to work with our colleagues as we advocate on behalf of the 24 LEAs here in this state to ensure that there's just more alignment with the work that we're doing, how we work with MSDE, how we work with the AIB, and then how we're working locally with our respective communities to ensure that Maryland can become a top school district again, as it was back in the early 2010s through probably 2015 or 16. I want to see those days again, and I look forward to working with you all in conjunction to make sure that that happens. That concludes my report.
Thanks, Mark. We appreciate that. I didn't know if any board members wanted to say anything or questions with Mark. No? And looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, friend.
Yes, looking forward to it.
Thanks so much. 2 last things. I want to just preview some items that are coming up at the next board meeting. You will be receiving the MCAP statewide assessment results at the board meeting in August. And also we are going to be presenting to you for your consideration the State Board legislative platform and what the suggestions are coming from the department to the board for your consideration. Also, just know that the first day of school for many LEAs is the day before our August State Board meeting. So I'm going to be out and about visiting various schools and participating in events, particularly one that's centered around a new documentary called The Right to Read. It is a very powerful film about the struggle to provide children with a type of instruction that teaches them to read. So it's going to be a week of that. We're trying to engage the governor's office in this so that he can be supportive where this effort is concerned as well. And last but not least, I'm just excited to say that I was officially sworn in on July 1st as the state superintendent. So you have me for 4 years. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Thank you for your comments and your update. We are going to transition now to reports to the State Board for discussion and action. Our first is an action item on EdTPA and PPAT assessments. And I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Wright.
Yes, and Ms. Kelly Meadows, who oversees all of this work, is going to be, actually she's here for the next 3 items, so this will be the first one.
Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Superintendent. The purpose of this item is to request permission to adopt MSDE's recommendation to implement a phase-in plan for adopting a passing score for the nationally recognized portfolio-based assessments that we use for initial licensure. As a reminder, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, starting July 1st, 2025, requires all teachers to take a nationally recognized portfolio-based assessment. This board has adopted the EdTPA, which is a Pearson Evaluation Systems product, as well as the PPAT, which is an educational testing service product for this purpose. So we will accept both of those portfolio-based assessments, and they meet the definition of the law. So again, starting July 1st, 2025, these assessments are required up until that point, and historically, we have allowed a third option. We have allowed individuals to take a paper-pencil pedagogical assessment called the Principles of Learning and Teaching. So that will go away, and then this will be the only option. In addition to the performance assessment, every teacher will have to demonstrate knowledge on basic skills, content knowledge, and demonstration of the ability to provide reading instruction. So the 4 components are basic skills, content, pedagogy, reading instruction. And we're just talking about the pedagogy component today. So given that, this is a brand new requirement, and although we've accepted this assessment for several years, it has not been a requirement. So we're really looking to collect a more robust data set before we make a firm decision about what passing scores are appropriate. And for that reason, what we're recommending is that from July 1st, 2025 through September 2026, and that has to do with submission windows for the assessments themselves, we would like to take a norming year, hold candidates harmless, and let our educator preparation programs learn how to best support their candidates while they're looking at their data internally and saying, okay, well, this is how a candidate scores. We know what this national recommendation is. Here's the gap. How do we fill that gap? And so that is the rationale behind our decision. So if approved, we would come back to this board in September, October 2026, and we would have a better data set to make a more informed decision.
Great. We're going to, unless there's objection, we're going to take these as consent. So what we'll do is just run through questions on the next one. But before we do that, are there any questions on EdTPA and PPAT? Okay. Let's go to Praxis Core Math Sub. Okay. Okay.
It is now.
It is. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take them one by one. We'll iron it out for the next meeting. So we're going to take the motion on this one. Are there any questions on PPAT? The request from the superintendent is that the state board adopt a phase-in plan to set passing scores for EdTPA and PPAT is simply taking the test for the first year and set the norming. Is there someone who is willing to make the motion? Dr. Mealy McCarthy? So moved. Is there a second? Ms. McCusker? Okay. Any further discussion?
What do you mean by basic skills in this test?
The next item is actually the basic skills piece. So basic skills, when we say a basic skills assessment, we're talking about reading, writing, mathematics skills, and really we're talking about the assessments that ones take in order to demonstrate whether they're going to be successful in college. And in our world, whether they're going to be successful in their educator preparation program. And I'll definitely talk more about that when we get to the next item.
So this is for that portfolio component requirement that really demonstrates mastery in pedagogy and all those pieces.
Yes.
Right before earning the certificate. All right. Any further questions on this item? All right, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Mr. Schoen, it has passed. What's that? All right, there we go. Great. All right, let's move on to the second one. We have Ms. Meadows. We'll take a brief intro on this, and then we'll turn it to Ms. McCusker on the committee's recommendation, and then we'll take it up. All right.
Thank you. The purpose of this item is to request permission to discontinue the Praxis Core Math subtest, which is part of a battery. This is what I was just speaking to. So the Basic Skills Assessment Battery, Praxis Core, which is an educational testing service product, is an example of a battery. We also historically have accepted the SAT, the ACT, the GRE. All of these assessments measure an individual's or attempt to project their readiness to do well in a college environment, specifically the Praxis Core, whether they'll do well in their educator preparation plan. As part of Senate Bill 771 that just passed during the 2024 legislative session, we really looked at how do we provide alternative measures for individuals to demonstrate, one of them being the basic skills, and then the other one being the performance assessment that we just talked about. And what that law did is it opened it up for candidates to be able to demonstrate their mastery of basic skills, again, what we currently use the Praxis Core to demonstrate, by either taking a battery, such as the Praxis Core, or having a 3.0 GPA on a 4.0 scale and their most recently earned degree, or they can submit 3 years of effective local education agency evaluations. So in the spirit of really looking to how do we expand and how do we allow people to demonstrate their mastery, and knowing that not all teachers are going to teach math specifically, and that we have content assessments for those teachers to demonstrate their ability to teach math content, we are recommending that we discontinue the use of just that subtest and continue requiring the reading and the writing components of that battery for individuals who wish to take that avenue and take the assessment in lieu of the other options.
Great. Ms. McCusker?
The Education Policy Committee reviewed this at our last meeting, and the committee voted unanimously to support this.
All right. So we have a recommendation from the Education Policy Committee. The state superintendent is requesting the state board to discontinue the Praxis Core Math subtest as a requirement for initial teacher licensure. Is there someone who would like to move accordingly? All right. I've got Dr. Getty and a second. I've got Ms. McCusker. Are there any additional comments on the motion? Yes, Ms. Chang.
So we retire the praxis, but we still can keep the alternative way, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and to be clear, we will still accept the Praxis Core, but we will only require the reading and writing subtests and not the math.
I see. Thank you.
Okay. And for just the general public, can you remind us, how do we know the math teacher or an elementary school teacher is competent in math? Where do we assess those elements?
Absolutely. So there is an entire suite of assessments. Currently, Maryland is a Praxis state, so we use the Praxis subject assessments. So for example, elementary school teachers have to take, in addition to demonstrating basic skills, demonstrating pedagogical knowledge, demonstrating mastery of reading instruction, they also have to take what's called the content knowledge for teachers, which is divided into 4 subtests: math, ELA, science, and social studies. Our early childhood assessment, again, has all 4 of those content areas embedded in the assessment. Our secondary math teachers have a robust content math assessment, as do our middle school math teachers.
Great. Additional questions on this? All right, then let's call it to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. All right, and Ms. Meadows, you can stay for this one, and Ms. Gable, if you want to join, if there are any questions. Our last COMAR item is school use of reportable offenses. I'm sorry, what? 2, I'm sorry. Why do I have? Oh, let's do these as, I'm sorry. We're going to do these as consent. They have come before us several times, but if you want to come up just in case there are questions, we'll join these 2. We have COMAR 13A070201, permission to adopt, and COMAR 13A080117, also permission to adopt. Ms. McCusker, do you have a recommendation?
The committee did not take a formal vote on these because they were considered consent agenda, and the committee gave permission to put them in consent agenda.
Great. Okay, so passed on consent from the committee. And are there any questions, any objections moving forward with these on consent? All right, let's go ahead. I'll entertain a motion to approve these 2 on consent.
I'll make a motion.
All right, Dr. Goldson, is there a second? Okay, Dr. Getty. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you both. All right. That brings us to our afternoon executive session. Pursuant to Section 3305B1 and Section 3305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 5 appeals, administrative functions, consideration of 2025 meeting dates, board meeting logistics, updates on the Child Care Scholarship Program, and personnel matters. We will convene thereafter sometime before 4 o'clock. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session? Ms. Chang, is there a second? Mr. Greer, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Adjourn to executive. not yet. We're not on the air. I love it. Now we're on air. All right. Pleased to reconvene. We're going to start with some State Board committee reports and updates. Before we go into the committee reports and updates, I want to announce appointments of committee chairs for the 2024-2025 year. First, we have Rachel McCusker, who will continue serving as chair of the Education Policy Committee. And second, he's gone down to the end, but not too far. Mr. Clarence Crawford will be serving as chair of Transformation and Finance Committee. Mr. Gadam will be joining us on education policy, already has, but otherwise committee assignments will remain the same. So we will continue. There are changes in meeting patterns that will come up. They'll be updated on our website. We are going to be transitioning to 4 p.m. meetings for committees moving forward. So that'll be a winner for staff. And those meeting times will be posted on the website. Go ahead and turn it to Ms. McCusker for an update on education. I'm Rita Bean, for Ms. McCusker for just a very brief update from education policy.
Thank you. Education policy met on the 17th. Our next meeting is going to be in August. We do not have a firm date yet. We're working through that. We won't be on the regular pattern until September, but please check the website for that meeting date. We'll get it out as soon as we have it firmed up. And I think that's about all I have for right now.
And I'll just remind us, Dr. Wright hit it earlier, but the legislative work group will be we're going to be getting some things back in preparation for the next session.
Yes.
At our next meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Goldson?
Yes, the Transformation Committee did not meet for the month of July, and now will fall under new leadership, and will resume meetings in August, the second Tuesday of every month, beginning at 4 p.m. Please check our website for the additional dates. Thank you.
All right. Any other committee updates? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to our next item, which is the adoption of 2025 State Board meeting dates. Are there any concerns with the schedule of dates sent out for the 2025 year for board review? I do want to draw attention to the public. Our May date is going to be held on a Thursday, as to not be the day directly after Memorial Day. So that'll be something a little bit different. It'll probably be an exciting meeting, a Thursday meeting of the State Board. So take note of that. I'd entertain a motion to adopt the 2025 board meeting dates. Dr. Mila McCarthy, is there a second? Ms. Chang, all those in favor of approving the board meeting dates, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen, I think we got it. All right. Let's move on to the next one. Future board agenda items. Moving on. Opinions. Mr. Schoen.
Thank you, President Michael. We have 5 orders to announce today.
Can it's on, but it's not loud. Let's try that one.
I can use
yeah, that's better.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right. We have 5 orders to announce today. First is Jessica Bronson versus Carroll County Board of Education. This was an appeal of the instructional material policy. It was a fiscal challenge to the policy, and the board determined that the policy was not arbitrary, unreasonable, nor unconstitutional. This is Order 24-13. Second is Melvin Holmes versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. The appeal that was filed was untimely of his non-renewal of a teacher contract. It was Order 24-14. Next, there are 3 orders related to requests for removal of local board members of the Prince George's County Board. First is in the matter of request of local board member Shayla Adams Stafford. There were no factual or legal sufficient allegations, so the board dismissed that request, and that's Order 25-15. 2015. The second is in the matter of request for removal of local board member Judy Mickens Murray. That request is moot because the member is no longer a member of the board. That order is 24-16. And the third is in the matter of request of removal of local board member David Murray. The request was related to willful neglect and missed meetings, but that request is also moot because the member resigned from the board. That is order 24-17. Just note there has been some local media coverage related to this board member. Any additional concerns are not before the state board and should be addressed by the local Board of Education. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Schoen. Is there any other business for us today? Yes, Ms. McCusker.
I just wanted to let the board know that Dr. Michael and Mr. Crawford and I and Mr. Hands attended the BSO Orc Kids Summer Camp program last week, which was just amazing. They're doing incredible work, and not only are they doing the summer camp, but they have instrumental music lessons at several of the schools free of charge to those children in Baltimore City. They are also engaged in general music instruction in some of those schools that don't have it. It's part of their regular curricular program. So they are a community partner doing amazing work and bringing opportunities to our young students who are in schools where they don't have those opportunities available to them and free of charge. So students are studying instruments and getting music instruction. So it was a really great program. I just wanted to share that we visited.
Great. Excellent. Any other announcements? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Dr. Getty, is there a second? Dr. Mila McCarthy, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions? Meeting adjourned.
You're only 6 minutes
Get it out.
off.